Chapter 770, Quota. Chapter 770, Quota. Listening to Jun Tianyu's words, Yi Yuan became somewhat interested in this crimson afterflow valley. In the divine realm, to be able to become a rank 1 holy land, not one was not a major force with deep foundations. But deep foundations did not represent strength perpetually not changing. In these countless years, each and every major force took turns alternating. Some of them, their strength became even stronger, while others' strength declined. Such as the Medicine King Hall, they were a super holy land which had just begun flurries. Plussing in these few thousand years recently. It was just that the Medicine King Hall's rise up was akin to a flash in the pan, becoming the past very quickly. The present Medicine King Hall was already not the Medicine King Hall in the hearts of many divine realm martial artists. Just what on earth is inside this crimson afterglow valley? Yi Yuan could not help asking curiously. Jun Tianyu shook his head and said, "This, apart from those holy sons who entered the crimson afterglow valley, probably no one knows. But everyone also has some conjectures. This crimson afterglow should be some kind of inheritances. It's just that body knows what kind of inheritance it is. Yi Yuan, I feel that you can go in and give it a shot. With your talent, I feel that you should be able to obtain the crimson afterglow valley's inheritance." "Oh, Brother Jun feels that I should go and give it a shot too?" Yi Yuan said in amazement. Jun Tianyu was aware of Yi Yuan's true talent. Ordinary inheritances he would really not attach any importance. But even so, Jun Tianyu still proposed for him to go give it a shot. It could be seen that this inheritance definitely had extraordinary aspects. Jun Tianyu nodded and said, "Legends has it that back then, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's first generation, Holy Lord had a great world-shaking battle with a divine king powerhouse at that time, because of some matter. At that time, the first generation Holy Lord was still body, while that divine king powerhouse's strength was probably almost on par with the present 10 great divine kings. The two people battled for 10 days and nights, ultimately ending in a draw. But not long after that, the two people set away because their injuries were too severe. It was also precisely because of this that the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land became more abysmal with each generation too. Their strength plummeted very quickly. Reaching this generation's Holy Lord, they were finally reduced to a rank 9 Holy Land. Yi Yuan only came to a realization after he heard that. Before ascending to the divine realm back then, Chi Hai once said that he had already not received news from the divine realm for a long time. Looks like starting from that time, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was already unable to fend for themselves and completely did not have the energy to go manage the lower realms matters. But the first generation Crimson Afterglow Holy Lord was actually able to fight to a draw with a 10 great divine kings level powerhouse. His strength absolutely did not allow underestimation. "Looks like I really have to make a trip to this Crimson Afterglow Valley," Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. To the current Yi Yuan, increasing his strength was still placed as number 1. His present strength was still too weak and still worlds apart from Ji Kanglin's. To be able to obtain an inheritance comparable to the 10 great divine kings, this kind of opportunity naturally could not be missed. "Hey, brat, I only promised you a slot. Why are you treating it like this first place is already an item in your bag?" Pei Wenxiang was very displeased with Yi Yuan's attitude. Yi Yuan said confidently, "If there is no heaven enlightenment realm powerhouse taking part, then this first place, I've probably nailed it." Pei Wenxiang curled his mouth and said disbelievingly, "Although if you get first place, as the person who recommends you a quota, I definitely won't miss out on benefits, and will also have glorious honor. Your boasting is too big. That's right, the compet. 1. Taiyan this time indeed won't have Heaven Enlightenment Realm taking part. The age is also restricted to under 40 years old. But you, a divine traversing realm boy, said it like you're going to sweep across boundless realms. It's also too shameless. Yi Yuan smiled and did not explain anything. Rather, it was Jun Tianyu who laughed and said, Yi Yuan isn't bragging. He has this capital. Jun Tianyu's words made Jun Tianyu and Zhao Qian both stunned. Could it be that this boy still had uncommon attainments along the martial path? But Pei Wenxiang did not believe this, and he said, Boy, I know that you have some means, and your capabilities aren't small either. That's why I took the risk of offending a major aristocratic family and gave a quota to you. It's also considered your repayment for the ancient grotto, but in the end, you're just an alchemist. To talk about overwhelming the junior generation in martial arts, I won't believe even if you beat me to death either. If Yi Yuan was boundless realm right now, Pei Wenxiang might really believe it. After all, Yi Yuan's means he had experience before. Disregarding other things, just his attainments in the divine soul was plenty more than ordinary martial artists could bear. But Yi Yuan was just divine traversing realm now, while quite a few major aristocratic families and major sex disciples were all middle-stage boundless realm, even late-stage experts. Among them, there was no lack of some genius martial artists with very formidable strength. To say that Yi Yuan had the strength to crush everybody, how could he possibly believe it? Yi Yuan gave Pei Wenxiang a glance and said with a smile, This favor, I accept it. City Lord Pei, after this time, the old scores between us are written off. And, body owes the other. How's that? Yi Yuan discovered that even though this Pei Wenxiang had somewhat of bad habits of a silkpants, having a manner as if he was number one under the heaven, when really got to know him, he was not that detestable either. At least his promise in the ancient grotto, he really achieved it now. Yi Yuan knew that such quotas only had 3. Each major aristocratic family would definitely H viciously over it. But Pei Wenxiang left one for him. This definitely had to offend people, but in order to repay him, he did it without any qualms. Though Pei Wenxiang had a powerful backer behind, governing such a large city, he could not really be as reckless as he wished for everything. On the contrary, Pei Wenxiang was actually very clever and was very skillful in governing a city too. Otherwise, the moment Ng Tianya entered Clear Reed City back then, he would not possibly have known right away. Pei Wenxiang nodded his head and said, All right, deal. But this quota, I helped you to get hold of it. But the things at the back, you can only do it yourself. Although you boasted to the high heavens, I still don't really believe it. You have to do your best. Even if you lose, don't lose too miserably too. Otherwise, my face will have no light. Sup Pei Wenxiang was managing 2 cities right now, which was also to say that he actually had 6 quotas on his hands. But Clear Reed City and Ancient Opulent City, strength belonged to the lower CLA-S standards among the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's subordinate forces. Even if the 2 cities' major aristocratic families, had until their scalps bled to obtain the quotas, they probably could not walk very far in the end as well. This point, Pei Wenxiang was perfectly aware. Him saying this was only putting feathers on his own cap. Yi Yuan said with a smile, City Lord Pei rest assured at that time. Your face will radiate brilliant light in all directions. Sup. The few people were just chatting fervently when all of a sudden there was a disturbance outside the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's front door. Yi Yuan, you scram outside for this young master. You're cowardly turtle. Scared, is it? If you have the guts, come out and fight one-on-one. Watch this young master beat you until you pee. S your pants. I want to let City Lord to have a look at just who is fit to go Partic. 1. P. 8 in the Quasi-Holy Sun selection compet. 1. Tie-in. Outside the door, a young man roared furiously. Pei Wenxiang's brows furrowed, and he said, "Unhappy, punk who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, to actually dare refuse to accept this city lord's decision. As it happens, this city lord just summed office. I'll make an example out of this goof family punk." Chapter 771. A word once spoken cannot be overtaken even by a team of 4 horses. Chapter 771. A word once spoken cannot be overtaken even by a team of 4 horses. Goof family? My slot originally belonged to the Goof family? Yi Yuan frowned and said. Pei Wenxiang's expression appeared slightly awkward as he nodded his head. Clearly, he did not expect that the Gu family punk would actually make such a scene. Yi Yuan gave him a sidelong glance, but did not say anything. Pei Wenxiang's mind games, how could he not perceive it? Even though Yi Yuan took action and saved Gu Qing his relations, Hi plus P with the Gu family was not considered very good either. Putting aside other things, this fragrant medicine pavilion was really hauling in bushels of gold now, but this was originally the Gu family's territory. How could they possibly not be envious? This move of Pei Wenxiang's gave Yi Yuan a huge benefit and also sowed discord between the two forces' relations. Hi plus P without extra trouble. Him, being the city, Lord would sail with the wind. This kind of inciting method was not considered despicable. It was just the methods of a sovereign, balancing all parties' relations. Hi plus P, this was something that every sovereign had to consider. Yi Yuan had never eaten pork, but had seen pigs running plenty of times. How could he not see through this bit? Pei Wenxiang had just newly arrived. Using a bit of trick was justifiable. Yi Yuan did not think anything about Pei Wenxiang because of this. On the contrary, if Pei Wenxiang did not play these cheap tricks, he would not be Pei Wenxiang instead. Pei Wenxiang's small trick was just done by taking advantage of an opportunity. After all, the value of a slot far exceeded the problems of inciting the two sides' relations. Hi plus P. If that crimson afterglow valley really had a huge lucky chance, then the value of this quota to Yi Yuan would be immeasurable. Some small tricks could be overlooked. Yi Yuan gave Pei Wenxiang a glance and sighed. This kind of housefly doesn't have to trouble City Lord Your Excellency to personally take action. I'll send him away. However, it's not to be made a precedent. Cough, cough, won't be made a precedent. Won't happen again. That. Yi Yuan, you really don't need me to make a move? Gu Hua this brat, his strength is still very decent. Among the ancient opulent city's junior generation, it's enough to rank in the top 3, Pei Wenxiang said. Before coming, Pei Wenxiang did not think that Yi Yuan was actually in possession of the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's gold token. Just this one token was already on a completely different level from the Gu family. This kind of trick seemed very redundant looking at it now. But Pei Wenxiang's means were not weak, just came for a few days, and he already pretty much figured out the ancient opulent city's forces distribution. Even the junior generation strength, he already had an account in his heart. These 3 quotas, each one was very precious. How could Pei Wenxiang possibly give to people willy-nilly? At that time, if they go to compete and lose, he would be the one losing face. Furthermore, although the Pei family was powerful, they had quite a few enemies in the Holy Land too. This kind of major matter which involved the entire Holy Land, if it were really too perfunctory, it would give people a handle. This ancient opulent city's 3 quotas, apart from Yi Yuan, he selected them carefully. One of the quotas did not even go to a major aristocratic family. but that person's strength made people wholeheartedly convinced. This Gu Hua outside, his strength was indeed very decent. It was just that in order to return Yi Yuan a favor, he endured the pain and squeezed out his quota. Yi Yuan, scram outside for this young master. You, a pill refining guy, what are you joining in the fun with us martial artists for? Leaving ancient opulent city, what you lose will be our ancient opulent city's face. Gu Hua shouted fervently outside the fragrant medicine pavilion's front door. The words got nastier and also drew quite a number of people to surround and watch. Originally, everyone was all rather baffled and even thought that because the Gu family was jealous that fragrant medicine pavilion's current business was good, so they deliberately came to make a scene. Who knew that after listening carefully, they discovered that it was completely not the case. I say, Yi Yuan an alchemist, what is he joining in the fun blindly for? Although that Crimson Afterglow Valley reward is tempting, he also has to have the ability to get it. Yeah, alchemists should study alchemy intensively properly, but now he wants to go and compete in martial arts with people. Isn't this ignoring one's proper occupation? Gu Hua's strength is already fifth level boundless. Furthermore, his comprehension of concepts is very high. His strength is also sufficient to rank in the top 3 among the entire ancient opulent city's junior generation. Yi Yuan S. and A.T.C. Hing people's slot like this is indeed rather virtuous. No wonder Gu Hua is so enraged. Gu Hua stirring things up like this. Everyone felt that Yi Yuan doing this was somewhat bullying others too far. This way of doing things was clearly occupying the latrine and not taking a dump. Right at this time, a large group of people walked out of the fragrant medicine pavilion. The person in the lead was precisely Yi Yuan. When Gu Hua saw that Yi Yuan finally came out, he could not help looking pleased with himself. Yi Yuan, you're finally willing to come out. I even thought that you're going to be a cowardly turtle for the rest of your life. Come. Since you already came out, then let's have a match. Let everyone take a look just who has the qualifications to represent ancient opulent city to battle. Gu Hua said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, You really want to compete? Of course. Could it be that I'd joke with you in front of so many people? Enough C.R.A.P. Fighting or not? If you don't dare to fight, hand over the slot obediently. City Lord, Your Excellency, I know that you have a friendly relation with Yi Yuan, but this sort of thing concerns the entire ancient opulent city's reputation. Gu Hua cannot back down. Gu Hua had an appearance of awe-inspiring righteousness for the cause of justice, placing himself on the moral high ground. Even Pei Wenxiang could not say much either. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh slightly and said, All right then I'm coming, you have to be ready. Gu Hua did not think that Yi Yuan would actually fight at the drop of a hat and immediately raised all the essence energy in his body to his peak state. But right at this time, his neck went cold. A sharp longsword was already pressing against his neck. You've already died. Yi Yuan's ghost-like voice sounded beside Gu Hua's ears. Only all the way to this moment did the crowd react to it. Yi Yuan actually arrived behind Gu Hua, since D knows when already. Just now, Yi Yuan just had to lightly swipe the shinning sword, and he could claim Gu Hua's small life. Him saying that Gu Hua was already dead was not overboard at all. Pei Wenxiang's expression turned sharp, looking at Yi Yuan disbelievingly. With his boundary, of course, he could easily capture Yi Yuan's speed. But that sort of speed earlier, was that what a divine traversing realm martial artist should have? Could it be that this fellow's strength was actually really so formidable? Yi Yuan, you're sneak attacking here. Too despicable. Gu Hua gritted his teeth and said, Gu Hua himself did not feel that Yi Yuan was formidable. Earlier, it was definitely Yi Yuan exploiting the time lag. That was how it caught him off guard. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Is that so? Fine, I'll give you 5 chances. As long as you're able to avoid one of my swords, I'll yield my spot with both hands. How's that?" Gu Hua was overjoyed when he heard that and said, "You said it. At the time when you lose, you can't go back on your word." Although unwilling to admit it, Yi Yuan's prowess, he still acknowledged it. Wanting to win Yi Yuan was probably not something that easy. But no matter how formidable Yi Yuan was, it was also not possible to make him unable to avoid even one sword, right? Since he was taking the path to ruin himself, Gu Hua was not courteous too. For the sake of this slot to fight in the quasi-holy sun selection compet. 1. Tian. Even if people said that he won unscrupulously, he would accept it too. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "A word once spoken cannot be overtaken even by a team of 4 horses." Chapter 772. Powerful opponents like clouds. Chapter 772. Powerful opponents like clouds. Yi Yuan took away the sword and moved back, saying nonchalantly, "I'm coming. Are you ready this time or not?" The words dismissed casually made Gu Hua's heart tighten. But this time, he gave his whole attention and watched Yi Yuan's actions, fearful of missing a trace. Yet there was a blur before Gu Hua's eyes. Yi Yuan's traces were actually gone before his eyes again. "You died again." Yi Yuan's ghost-like voice sounded beside Gu Hua's ears once more. Xian Ying's sword was placed on his neck one more time. As such a swift movement technique. Is this really the movement technique executed by a divine, traversing realm martial artist? In front of such a movement technique, all martial techniques are pointless. Really didn't expect that an alchemist actually has such a strange movement technique. Just based on this movement technique, he is unbeatable. Yi Yuan occupying a spot is fully worthy. Yi Yuan's movement technique made cries of exclamations sound out all around. Yi Yuan's movement technique was too swift. Ordinary martial artists could not even catch his figure at all. Myriad laws in the world. Only speed is unbroken. With such formidable movement technique, facing martial artists whose cultivation realms were higher than his, it was without fear. Gu Hua's expression was incomparably ugly. He never would have thought that a divine traversing realm martial artist would actually be so much stronger than him, this boundless realm, in terms of movement techniques. That time earlier, he already made ample preparations, but he still could not keep up with Yi Yuan's speed. Yi Yuan removed the sword and backed off once more, saying without joy nor sorrow, "The 3rd sword. Ready for it?" Gu Hua's expression changed. His figures suddenly vanished. Plussing from where he stood. This time, he decided to strike, first to gain the initiative, and moved first himself. Right now, he was not thinking of doing anything to Yi Yuan at all. As long as he could avoid one of Yi Yuan's swords, it was considered his win, even though using this kind of method to obtain a slot was somewhat scrupulous. But so what? Yet, the next instant, Gu Hua suddenly felt a chill at his waist. Yi Yuan's voice sounded out once more. "Dead." Gu Hua's expression changed drastically, suddenly changing directions in the air, wanting to escape Yi Yuan's sword. But after 2 breaths, he died 2 times in a row again. In front of Yi Yuan's powerful movement technique, he was actually unable to avoid even one sword. Which was also to say that if Yi Yuan really wanted to kill him, he just needed one sword, and it was enough. Gu Hua suddenly sat down on the ground and said unresignedly, I lost. This slot is yours." With this, no one else dared to call Yi Yuan's strength into question anymore. Even Gu Hua was utterly defeated at Yi Yuan's hands. him representing ancient opulent city to battle, was fame following merit. Pei Wenxiang looked at Yi Yuan as if he saw a ghost and said in amazement, "I originally just wanted to return you a favor, but I didn't expect that your movement technique is actually this strong. Looks like what you said before isn't completely unfounded." Yi Yuan just smiled and was too lazy to explain. After this incident, Yi Yuan chose to enter closed seclusion immediately. This retreat was a month's time. This period of time, it filled Zhao Qian with burning anxiety. Yi Yuan did not give her any explanation and just went into closed seclusion, such that she had not got a clue at all just what kind of agreement Yi Yuan reached with Heaven's Destiny Trading Company. One had to know that what the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company gave Yi Yuan was a gold token. Without having a Holy Lord CLA's strength, it was totally impossible to obtain such a token, which was also to say that Yi Yuan's status in the eyes of those people in the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's headquarters was already comparable to a Holy Lord's. In the beginning, Zhao Qian was very worried that some unforeseen changes would happen to the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. But a month passed, and it seemed like there was no change at all. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's side was also unusually quiet, seemingly already given up on the ancient opulent city this stall. But Zhao Qian's encroachment into the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's territory finally also stopped at 20%, this threshold. She could no longer cross over. A short, roughly 3 months' time, the ancient opulent city's two major trading companies switched positions. The Meteor Trading Company became the #1 major trading firm in one leap, while the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company became a second-rate trading company. In truth, the one who reaped the most profits in between this was actually still the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion, because their profit share was the highest. This 1 month's time, Yi Yuan exhausted medicinal herbs valuing close to 10 million earth essence crystals, breaking through the threshold of late-stage divine traversing, and was on the verge of breaking through to 8th level divine traversing. With peak 7th level divine traversing strength, Yi Yuan finally had some confidence in the upcoming compet. 1. Tian 2. All the geniuses in the Holy Land gathered together. There was bound to be a batch of opponents with formidable strength. Yi Yuan's disadvantage was on cultivation realm. Therefore, even if he rose one minor boundary, it could have a decisive impact on the final result. Through a month of settling down, after Yi Yuan left seclusion, Zhao Qian actually resisted and did not ask about the gold token matter. This made Yi Yuan unusually surprised and could not help regarding Zhao Qian a little higher. This lass was indeed not that simple to actually even endure such a matter. After Yi Yuan exited seclusion, it was also time to leave ancient opulence city. Due to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's territory being too vast, the quasi-holy sun selection compet. 1. Tian this time was divided into 10 major tournament zones. At each major tournament zone, all of the contestants would fight in chaotic battles, all the way until the final 6 was selected to take part in the ultimate selection compet. 1. Tian. This tournament zone that Yi Yuan was at, there were close to 200 big and small forces, which was also to say that just this tournament zone had several hundred contestants. These several hundred contestants, the vast majority were all boundless realm martial artists. Of course, there was also a small minority of very self-confident divine traversing realm martial artists like Yi Yuan. As for how far these divine traversing realm martial artists could walk, no one would care about this at all, because these divine traversing realm martial artists were destined to be finished eliminating in the first round. This kind of major compet. 1. Tian was very cruel. Without absolute strength, there was absolutely no way to stand out from the SES. Several hundred boundless realm martial artists, their cultivation realms did not have big differences. Wanting to enter the final 6, One's concept's comprehension and cultivation realm both had to be extremely outstanding. Yet, this was still only a start. The real showdown was still at the final tournament at the end. Therefore, wanting to ultimately obtain this chance to enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley was too difficult. Even though Yi Yuan was very confident in himself, but against those ultimate opponents, he did not dare to lower his guard too. To be able to charge to that sort of level, who would be mediocre? Yi Yuan had just left seclusion, and Pei Wenxiang received the news right away and rushed over. Behind him even tagged along 2 young men. Yi Yuan, if you still don't leave seclusion, we'd be leaving by ourselves. Oh, not seeing you for a month. You're actually almost reaching 8th level divine traversing already? Pei Wenxiang was rather amazed at Yi Yuan's cultivation speed. One had to know that the first time he met Yi Yuan had only just broken through to 4th level divine traversing. Just how long has it been? Yi Yuan actually broke through 3 minor cultivation realms, already reaching peak 7th level divine traversing. Want to obtain the chance to enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley. How can it do if I don't cultivate diligently? Yi Yuan said with a smile. What high-sounding sentiments. Punk, don't think that you're invincible under the heaven after defeating Gu Hua, that Traz. Plus among the people taking part in the compet. 1. In this time, there are quite a number of people who are 9th level boundless, just based on your bit of strength, and you even wish to enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley? Behind Pei Wenxiang, a young man with an unruly expression said disdainfully. Chapter 773, Yang Wenmiao. Chapter 773, Yang Wenmiao. The young man had a stubborn and unruly appearance, with somewhat of a hint of overbearing attitude. Pei Wenxiang introduced with a smile. Here, Yi Yuan, I'll introduce them to you. This is our ancient opulent city's Xiang family's #1 genius, Xiang Hao. This is Mu Yun. They are likewise our ancient opulent city's up-and-coming stars. This is Yi Yuan, Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's owner. Don't need me to give you guys an introduction, right? Yi Yuan gave a smile, but completely ignored Xiang Hao, and greeted Mu Yun. Brother Mu, I've heard much about you. Mu Yun said humbly, Dare not. Speaking of this Mu recently obtained a breakthrough, and still have to thank Brother Yi. If not for Brother Yi refining the Great Sun Heavenly Yang pill for this Mu would also be unable to break through the bottleneck. Yi Yuan was rather surprised as he said, Turns out that the one I refined the Great Sun Heavenly Yang pill for was actually Brother Mu. Mu Yun said with a smile, This Great Sun Heavenly Yang pill is exceedingly hard to refine. This Mu paid a visit to many masters too, but no one could refine it. Later, I heard that Brother Ye's alchemy strength is head and shoulders above others, so I came to the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion and gave it a try. Didn't expect that in the end, you actually handed me a superior grade Great Sun Heavenly Yang pill. With this superior grade Great Sun Heavenly Yang pill, this Mu's strength advanced tremendously. The compet. 1. In this time, I have a bit more confidence too. Yi Yuan and Mu Yun chatted engrossly, directly hanging Xiang Hao out to dry by the side. And Yi Yuan completely disregarded his mockery. This made him very pent up with anger. But in front of Pei Wenxiang, he could not very well lose his temper too, and he could only sulk by the side. The 3 of you get to know each other more. This time, my face is all up to you guys to gain. All right, it's getting late. We should set off, Pei Wenxiang said with a laugh. Yi City was the largest city in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's southern part, ruling up to 200 major and minor forces in the vicinity. The Crimson Afterglow Holy Land organizing the Quasi-Holy Sun Selection Compet. 1. In this time, This place naturally became the arena for the division tournament zones. These few days, many people flooded into Yi City all at once. They were all here to observe this compet. One, tie-in. Although these people did not have the opportunity to take part, how could they miss this sort of grand event? And those geniuses possessing the contestant slots were naturally received by the City Lord Manor. But just a mere several hundred people was not considered much to the Ma. Civi City. Pei Wenxiang, I heard that you picked up a huge bargain this time and actually brought 6 cannon fodders over. The moment Pei Wenxiang and the others entered the door, they just happened to run into another group of people. That person in the lead opened his mouth immediately to mock. Wu Jianqing, several years of not seeing, why is your mouth still so smelly? If what I brought are cannon fodders, could it be that what you brought aren't cannon fodders? Pei Wenxiang said angrily, Hee, this time, I'm afraid I'm going to have to disappoint you. Our Yangyuan city really produced an extraordinary prodigy this time. Obtaining 1 slot is absolutely a shoo-in. Peng, Yin, why haven't you quickly come over to greet City Lord Pei? A very withdrawn young man behind Wu Jianqing walked out and gave Pei Wenxiang a bow as he said, Junior Peng Yin pays respect to City Lord Pei. Pei Wenxiang's expression changed as he said, 7th level boundless. It was also no wonder that Pei Wenxiang was shocked to be able to reach 7th level boundless at this age. Not one of them was not a figure with the stonies. Plussing talent. One had to know that these 6 people Pei Wenxiang brought here, the highest was merely 6th level boundless. Wu Jianqing said smugly when he saw the situation, Peng Yan's strength is even more formidable than you imagine. With him around this time, locking in 1 slot is absolutely no issue. How is it? Got a feeling of being rolled over or not? Ha, Pei Wenxiang said with a black face. Don't get KY? What the compet? 1. Taiyan is competing in this time is not just cultivation realm. Concepts comprehension is similarly very important. Wu Jianqing laughed out loud and said, Don't need you to worry about this. Peng Yan's concepts comprehension is absolutely much stronger than the group of trash you brought. Concepts comprehension was indeed very important. It was even more important than cultivation realm. But to be able to break through to late-stage boundless realm at this age, how could his concepts comprehension be weak? This Wu Jianqing came from the Holy Land's Wu family. The Wu family's influence was about the same as the Pei family. Moreover, they were on very bad terms. Therefore, he did not have the least bit of psychological burden when he ridiculed Pei Wenxiang. Being able to find a 7th level boundless genius this time, Wu Jianqing could be said to be in high and vigorous spirits. Yi, among these 6 people you brought, there is actually still one who hasn't even reached the 8th level divine traversing realm. Pei Wenxiang, you're managing 2 cities right now, and you actually can't even gather 6 boundless realms. You even needed to find a divine traversing realm trash to make up the numbers? Ha, you're killing me. Wu Jianqing suddenly discovered the Yi Yuan in the crowd and started jeering even more unbridledly. Peng Yan's gaze swept onto Yi Yuan too, his eyes filled with ridicule and disdain. The martial artists coming to partic. 1. 8 in the compet. 1. Taiyan this time were basically all boundless realms as the main force. Those extremely small minority of divine traversing realm martial artists were all some small forces contestants, completely too inferior to show in public. Yang Wenyao. It's Yang Wenyao. All of a sudden, there was a commotion outside the courier station. It was all the nympho-like screams of women. In the wake of these screams, a group of people walked into the courier station. Lord Yang Sun. The city lords leading their respective teams, This time all gave him a bow one after another when they saw a middle-aged man in the lead. A handsome youth who was even more beautiful than women followed behind him. His aura was very powerful. Those women's screams were very clearly directed towards him. Ho-hoo, how's everyone? The quasi-holy sun selection this period of time, I'll have to inconvenient everyone to stay in this courier station. If there are any areas where we didn't look after you well, I hope that everybody is magnanimous enough to tolerate. Yang Sun said. Lord Yang Sun is too courteous, everyone hurriedly responded. This Yang Sun was clearly very familiar with the various major city lords. After greeting, he found people to engage in small talk one by one. Yi Yuan asked Pei Wenxiang curiously, Who is this person? Seems very impressive. Lord Yang Sun is Yi City's city lord, ruling close to 200 major and minor forces in the southern part. Do you think he's impressive or not? Pei Wenxiang said. Only then did Yi Yuan came to a realization. No wonder these city lords were all very respectful towards him. Like this, that youth behind him seems to be very well received here. That is Lord Yang Sen's son, Yang Wenmiao. He already reached 8th level boundless 2 years ago. Within the entire boundary that Yi City has jurisdiction over, he's the young generation's #1 genius. Plus, his looks are extremely handsome. Being well received is naturally something within expectations. The compet. 1. Taiyan this time, the #1 in Yi City's division compet. 1. Taiyan's own. Only he alone is qualified. Yi Yuan nodded his head to express understanding. Looks like this Yang Wenmiao was a formidable opponent. One should not look at Yang Wenmiao's refined and elegant appearance. Yi Yuan could tell that he did not treat these people in front as opponents at all. That arrogance of his was hidden in the bones. Sai, looks like the compet. 1. Taiyan this time. We don't have any hopes at all, said a Clear Reed City's young genius. Yeah, just the 7th level boundless this time. There are quite a few. Apart from Yang Wenmiao, the remaining 5 slots should be born among these 7th level boundless realms. Those few big cities ranked near the front, their strength is too strong. We have no chance at all, said the stubborn and unruly Xianghao dejectedly. Chapter 774, Monstrous Genius. Chapter 774, Monstrous Genius, Yang Wenmiao's appearance stirred up a wave of discussion. Without any doubt, this Yang Wenmiao already locked down 1 quota. No one could shake him. While the other 5 spots, the compet. 1. Taiyan would probably be very intense. Like Clear Reed City and Ancient Opulent City, this kind of cities, their strength were all weaker in comparison. In the compet. 1. Taiyan this time, there were still several 7th level boundless young geniuses. They were the strong compet. 1. Tours for the other 5 quotas. Therefore, the 5 people traveling together with Yi Yuan were all very dispirited. It seemed as if them coming here were also just going through the formalities. Yang Wenmiao kept on following behind Yang Sun, an appearance of impassiveness. But when his gaze swept onto Yi Yuan's body, it suddenly paused for a bit, exceeding everyone's expectations. He actually left Yang Sun and walked over towards Yi Yuan. Each and every action of Yang Wenmiao received great attention. The moment he moved, it immediately aroused a wave of commotion. Yang Sun gave his son a glance rather surprisedly, then turned his head over to engage in small talk with those city lords again. Yang Wenmiao is heading over to our side. What does he want to do? Xianghao said rather guiltily. Being affected by Yang Wenmiao's aura, Xianghao was even stammering when he spoke. Relax. The compet. 1. Taiyan hasn't started yet. What can he do? I feel that he should be coming for Yi Yuan, Mu Yin said. Xiang Hao was stunned and actually forgot to be scared and said with a jeer, "What's the unofficially decided number one of the compet? 1. Tyan looking for a divine, traversing realm boy for? In my view, he's definitely here to look for City Lord Pei. After all, his elder brother is genuinely one of the 7 holy sons." Yang Wenmiao coming over to say H.E.L. Lo is also within reason. Yet Yang Wenmiao actually walked straight in front of Yi Yuan and said, "I'm called Yang Wenmiao. May I ask for little brother's name?" Yi Yuan was rather surprised. No provocation, no tea for tat, just a simple greeting. This Yang Wenmiao seemed to have a level-headedness disproportionate to his age, and such an opponent was actually even harder to tangle with. Yi Yuan said his own name with a faint smile. Yang Wenmiao nodded his head and said, "You should be someone who practices the sword, right? You're very strong." Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "Oh, how does Brother Yang know that I'm very strong?" Yang Wenmiao laughed too and said, "Just a kind of feeling. Your sword intent is condensed, but does not radiate. If not for my sword Dao attainments not being low, I probably can't even perceive it. I have a kind of feeling that your comprehensions towards sword intent should still be above mine. However, we probably won't have the opportunity to exchange blows in the arena. Truly quite regretful." Yang Wenmiao's swords were actually said very arrogantly, but when other people heard it, it was not unexpected in any way at all. His sword Dao attainments were very strong. This point was indisputable, except what made everyone astonished was that Yang Wenmiao actually said that Yi Yuan's sword intent was even above his. Yi Yuan said with a laugh, "Ho, there will be the opportunity." Yang Wenmiao nodded his head and said, 60 formidable experts, like clouds. I must go and take part in the compet. 1. Tie in this time with my peak condition. Otherwise, this Yang would certainly find Brother Yi to spar for a bout. But it's good too. Since I know that Brother Yi is under City Lord Pei, I'll definitely come and find you to seek guidance another day. Finished talking, Pei Wenxiang greeted Pei Wenxiang and turned right around and left, leaving everyone with astounded expressions. Is Yang Wenmiao having a fever? He actually said that divine traversing realm boy is very strong. Yeah, that boy doesn't have any extraordinary aspects at all. I feel that I can flatten him with one hand. If not for the compet, 1. Tie-in forbidding fighting in private, I'd really want to go experience just how strong this boy is. No rush. The selection compet. 1. Tie-in will be starting tomorrow. Whether it's a mule or a horse, they got to come out and take a stroll. Yang Wenmiao's actions aroused the Ma. S of Genius's attention. They all started sizing Yi Yuan up one after another. However, the result of the sizing up was that Yi Yuan did not have the slightest extraordinary aspect. He looked to be an ordinary divine, traversing realm martial artist. Yi Yuan, you really stick out. There are several hundred young geniuses here, but you just happen to be eyed by Yang Wenmiao. Could it be that your strength is really that strong? Pei Wenxiang said rather curiously. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "Won't you know tomorrow?" On Yi City's practicing field, 6 enormous arenas were set up. The next day, early morning, all of the contestants taking part in the compet. 1. Tie-in all gathered at the practice field, and at the peripherals, there were even dense crowds of meddlesome people surrounding and observing. It was just that they were blocked off by a Ma's sieve array formation and were not permitted to enter. But this distance was sufficient to let them see the situation on all the arenas clearly. Yang Wenmiao, go, Wenmiao. These crowd of people spectating at the outer peripherals, there was a large group of Yang Wen Miao's steadfast supporters. The compet, 1, Tian had yet to start, and each and every one of them was like pumped with stimulants, cheering Yang Wen Miao on. Yang Wen Miao is really terrifying. Just these women army saliva can drown the opponents to death, right? Xiang Hao stuck his tongue out and said, "Martial artists' world, only strength will have applause." Yang Wen Miao being so well received is mainly still because his strength is formidable enough. Mu Yun said, Yang Wen Miao's strength is just able to crush his opponents in Yi City's division compet. 1, Tian area. Leaving Yi City, these defenders of his will probably be disappointed. Pei Wenxiang said, "Oh, this Yang Wen Miao's strength is indeed extraordinary. Could it be that the other division compet, 1, Tian zones are even stronger compared to Yi City?" Yi Yuan said curiously. He was not clear about Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's power distribution. Just how strong these other division compet, 1, Tian zone's strength was, he had not the slightest clue. Pei Wenxiang said, although the selection compet, 1, Tian this time is dealing within the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's boundary, the strongest compet, 1, Tian Zone is actually still the Holy Land's division compet. 1, Tian Zone. If there are no huge surprises, these quotas to enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley, in the end, are still going to fall on the Holy Land's elites. Then isn't the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land taking an unnecessary action by organizing this compet? 1, Tian? Yi Yuan said curiously. Pei Wenxiang shook his head and said, "Nay, the territory that a Holy Land has jurisdiction over is too vast. Even though the majority of the geniuses are placed into the bag by the Holy Land, there is still a small minority wandering about outside. These people feel it completely beneath their dignity to join the Holy Land, just like Jun Tianyu. Actually, with his strength, with the Holy Land's resources grooming, becoming a Holy Son is virtually set in stone. This compet, 1, Tian is for the sake of making good omissions and deficiencies, drawing those geniuses wandering about outside with the Crimson Afterglow Valley's quotas." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "With how you say it, each division compet, 1, Tian Zone should have a batch of geniuses with extremely formidable strength emerge. Then you dare to be so certain that this number 1 will fall on the heads of the Holy Land's elites?" Pei Wenxiang's expression appeared slightly solemn as he said, "I say this, naturally have my reasoning, because among the Holy Land's geniuses, an extremely monstrous genius appeared this time. His strength is probably sufficient to sweep across martial artists of the same rank, although a batch of very formidable geniuses will emerge in the compet. 1, Tian this time. I don't think that among these people there is anyone who can surpass him." Chapter 775. Experts were desolate like snow. Chapter 775. Experts were desolate like snow. Oh, who is this person? To actually live up to such a praise from you? Yi Yuan became somewhat curious thanks to what Pei Wenxiang said too. Sweeping across same ranks, this was something that he, Yi Yuan, had been doing all along. If the Holy Land really had such a genius, he would really be a formidable foe. This person is already universally acknowledged to be the candidate for the next Holy Lord by many people in the Holy Land. His name is Nalin Chu. Pei Wenxiang said. Nalin Chu, Yi Yuan silently remembered this name. Looks like wanting to obtain the slot to enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley. This person was the greatest obstacle. But if it were really as Pei Wenxiang said, the compet, 1, Tian this time would probably not be so simple. Those so-called 7th-level boundless powerhouses might not be able to laugh till the end. After all, Cultivation Realm was not everything in martial artist battles. To ordinary martial artists, 7th-level boundless versus 6th, level boundless. The former was absolutely overwhelming. This is because their cultivation did not vary to a degree sufficient to reverse the situation. But what these young geniuses placed the greatest emphasis on was concepts comprehension. Seventh level boundless versus sixth level boundless. The former might not necessarily be able to win. Putting aside others, Yi Yuan felt that Mu Yun's strength was probably not inferior to those so-called seventh level boundless geniuses. Of course, the factors affecting battles were too many. When the fighting really began, Body knew the answer. Moreover, the rules of the compet. 1. Taiyan this time was rather ingenious. Setting up these 6 arenas was in order to pick 6 arena lords. The ones able to ultimately guard the platform successfully would obtain the qualifications to enter the grand finals. This kind of selection method would make the compet 1. Tie-in between geniuses even more intense. The ones who won, in the end, would also absolutely be the ones with the greatest qualifications to advance, because there would already be no one able to challenge them. According to the rules, the people under the platforms could challenge the people on the platforms. If they won, they would continue standing on the platforms and await the next challenge. After failing, there would still be the chance to continue challenging on the second day. But everyone could only challenge at most 3 times. If the 3 times all failed, then they would lose the chance to continue challenging. And for the arena lord to want to obtain the advancement quota, they must win 100 matches in a row or have no one continue challenging. Of course, this winning 100 matches in a row was not that each person had to fight a full 100 matches. As long as the challenger defeated the arena lord, they could obtain half of the other party's match count. Facing such rules, no one could be relaxed either. Furthermore, this was a tug-of-war battle. It could not end in 3 to 5 days at all. One arena lord could only accept 20 challenges each day. At this time, Yi City's city lord, Yang Sun, slowly walked onto the high platform and gave a few encouraging words down below. Yi City's division compet. 1. Taiyan Zone's compet. 1. Taiyan officially began. However, after Yang Sun announced commencement, there was actually no one who walked up to the arenas for a moment. It was actually somewhat awkward. These young geniuses were all not fools. They knew that going up right now would be the outcome of being sent down. In the end, they would only be cannon fodders. Without absolute strength, who dared to go up the platforms first? Yi Yuan, didn't Yang Wenmiao say that you're very strong? What? Not going up the stage to try. With your strength, winning 100 matches in a row shouldn't be a problem, right? Xiang Hao derided. Ho, what's the rush for? This compet. 1. Taiyan will last for half a month's time at least, Yi Yuan said coolly. Xiang Hao said disdainfully. TCH no B, S means no B, S. Pretending for what? Just as Xiang Hao was being scornful, a disturbance suddenly came from the crowd. There was actually someone who was the first to go up the platform. It's Yang Wenmiao. He's actually the first one to go up the stage. Mike G. OD. This is absolute confidence, apart from Yang Wenmiao, who dares to go up the stage first. I'm not surprised by Yang Wenmiao being the first one to go up the stage, but I want to know who dares to be the first one to go up the stage to challenge him. Everyone fell silent. This sentence struck the bottom of everyone's heart. The notion that Yang Wenmiao was the #1 expert was long deeply rooted in the hearts of people already who dared to go up and challenge. After Yang Wenmiao went up to the stage, he hugged his sword and stood there, slightly shutting both eyes. Yet the group of geniuses all exchanged glances, looking at each other. There was actually not a single one who dared to go up. Right then, a person dashed onto another platform, cupped his fists at everyone, and said, This one is Northview City's Li Tian. I'm willing to serve as a modest spur so that others may come forward with more valuable contributions. Who is coming up to give guidance? Li Tian's actions aroused everyone's attention. His strength was only 6th level boundless, but his intentions were very apparent, which was in order to compare notes with opponents on the stage. In truth, many people present were all aware that they did not have a chance at all. Their goal of coming was also just for the sake of sparring with these geniuses. These geniuses were mostly cranes standing out among chickens in the locality. There were not many opportunities to engage in combat with geniuses around the same strength at all. Therefore, the opportunity in this compet, 1. Time was very hard to come by. Indeed, with Li Tian moving, there was immediately someone who responded. Another person directly flew onto the arena and matched up against Li Tian. With Li Tian taking the lead, the other 4 platforms had people go up very quickly. This great battle also officially pulled apart the curtains. Yi Yuan was beneath the platforms, watching these martial artists face off calmly. He also had a bit of rough understanding towards Yi City Division compet. 1. Tian's own martial artist strength. But these people's strengths were completely lacking to Yi Yuan. Therefore, he did not have any interest in going to challenge either. Very soon, someone determined the victor on the platforms. That Li Tian indeed had some strength to dare be the first one to go up the stage. He beat his opponent down the platform directly. Before long, another martial artist went up to challenge Li Tian. The result was that Li Tian won again. This body, Li Tian actually won 2 matches in a row. Time slowly trickled by. The first day's battles drew to an end very quickly, but it made people have somewhat of a drowsy feeling. The first day's challenge, the experts basically all did not go up. It was all some martial artists whose strength were slightly weaker kicking up a fuss. One should not look at how some of them won many matches in a row. In the end, it would only benefit others. The first day's compet. 1. Tian, the only thing worth watching, was probably Yang Wenmiao. He just hugged his sword like that, standing all the way from early morning till sunset. But not a single person went up to challenge. Experts were desolate, like snow, was probably talking about people like him. The other 5 arenas fought until they were locked in a struggle, but his place was cold and deserted. Those geniuses did not even look him in the eye. Yi Yuan was also rather curious if there would be people going up to challenge Yang Wenmiao or not. After all, according to the rules, as long as no one challenged for 2 consecutive days, Yang Wenmiao would automatically obtain the right to enter the grand finals. On the second day, the compet, Tian's true climax finally arrived. The moment it started, there was a 7th level boundless genius who dashed straight onto the platform to challenge Li Tian. This Li Tian's strength was very formidable. On the first day, he actually won 20 matches in a row, guarding the platform all the way until now. But the disparity between the middle stage boundless realm and the late stage boundless realm was a little big in the end. This Li Tian's strength could not be said to not be strong. But after barely withstanding for 100 moves, he was finally defeated. With this 7th level boundless taking the lead, very soon there were people who could not hold back. Another 2 7th level boundless realms flew onto the platforms. The fights started to become intense. Chapter 776, Humiliation. Chapter 776. Humiliation following 7th level boundless realms making their moves, the battles on the platforms clearly became much more intense. To be able to defend the arenas successfully on the first day, not one of them was not a formidable character. But facing 7th level boundless realms, their strength was still slightly inferior in the end. Before long, they were defeated. Right at this time, Xiang Hao finally could not resist and wanted to make a move too, because he knew that if he did not make a move, it would have nothing to do with him anymore. Xiang Hao going up was to challenge the last remaining arena lord from yesterday. The two people were both 6th level boundless realm. Their strengths were almost on par. Brother Yi, aren't you planning on making a move yet? Clear Reed City's companions have all already went to the arenas before, Mu Yun said. Yi Yuan said, smilingly, hasn't Brother Mu not taken action too? Looks like Brother Mu still has some confidence in your own strength. Ho, isn't it still all bestowed by Brother Yi? If not for the great sun, heavenly young pill you refined, I would really not have this confidence, Mu Yun said with a laugh. Oh, then does Brother Mu have confidence in seizing a spot or not? Mu Yun said with a bitter smile, how can I dare say that I have the confidence in this? I can sense that the martial artists who came to Yi City this time, there is quite a number whose strength are all uncommon. I can only give it my all to go vie for it too. Yi Yuan smiled, but his gaze swept over towards the Xiang Hao on the platform. I didn't expect that this Xiang Hao's eyes are on top of his head, but his strength isn't common. Looks like he has subdued this arena lord. Xiang Hao KY manner all day long was very disliked by people. Forget about Yi Yuan. Even Mu Yun did not like him very much either. But his strength was unexpectedly strong. He already beat that arena lord until he did not have the strength to retaliate at all. Before long, that arena lord directly chose to concede. Xiang Hao became the new arena lord and was actually rather high-spirited and enthusiastic for some time on the stage. Pei Wenxiang pulled a long face when he saw the situation and said, this boy acts really recklessly and blindly. Just won a match, and he dares to show off like this. Without sufficient strength, this kind of occasion, the more low profile, the better. This boy is purely drawing aggro. Yi Yuan, Mu Run, and the rest all could not help laughing when they heard that. On the other side, when Wu Jianqing saw Xiang Hao's manner, he could not resist pursing his lips and said, this bit of strength also dare to come out and show off. Looks like Pei Wenxiang really has no one available for use anymore. Peng Yan, you go up and trash that punk down for me. Peng Yan was slightly stunned as he said, going up so early? Isn't it somewhat disadvantageous? Wu Jianqing said with a cold snort, with your strength, winning 100 matches in a row shouldn't be difficult. Don't mind those details. Place your sights a little further. Your opponents are not these trash, but those geniuses entering the grand finals. Fighting a few more matches will be beneficial to you. Peng Yan's eyes lit up as he bowed and said, Peng Yan was superficial. Many thanks for City Lord Wu's guidance. Wu Jianqing nodded his head and said, your current strength is still a little weak when facing those geniuses entering the grand finals. Want to obtain a slightly better rank, you have to at least reach Yang Wenmiao, that sort of level. Go on then, temper yourself well. Peng Yan's expression became rather solemn. His gaze involuntarily looked towards the Yang Wenmiao, his eyes desolate as snow. Yang Wenmiao's might made people dare not have thoughts of Serpa. Sing the other party at all. Peng Yan figure leaped, jumping onto the arena directly. Seeing Peng Yan, Xiang Hao's face fell. This Peng Yan's strength was very formidable. He was not a match at all. He originally thought that he could stand for a while more on the stage. Who knew that this fellow actually targeted him like so, directly going up the stage to challenge? Already, are you going down yourself, or do you want me to use my feet to trample on your face down? Peng Yan said with a scornful look. Xiang Hao's face turned black. This guy was so wildly arrogant. He was clearly humiliating him. Aren't you just 7th level boundless? To actually be so conceited to this sort of degree? If you have the capabilities, come and kick my face. Xiang Hao said with a cold smile. He was still very confident in his own strength. Even if he could not beat this Peng Yen, he absolutely would not lose too terribly either. Peng Yen shook his head and said with a sigh, "I've really never seen before such a request. All right then, as you Wisconsin H. Plus, finished talking, Peng Yan's figure swayed, and actually became 19 Peng Yens immediately. Xiang Hao's expression changed, spreading out his divine sense. He was actually unable to differentiate which was the real body. You don't need to look anymore. Each clone is a corporeal body. You can't find it. Stand properly. I'm coming to kick your face." Peng Yang said indifferently. His voice had yet to face when 18 figures galloped straight for Xiang Hao directly. One Peng Yen was hard enough to deal with already, let alone 18? Xiang Hao teetered on his feet, only to feel that it was all Peng Yan's figure everywhere before his eyes. Very soon, he could not hold out anymore. Bang! One of Peng Yan's feet landed onto Xiang Hao's face without any deviation, trampling him down on the platform directly. Ouch! Let me go. Xiang Hao did not expect that this Peng Yan was actually so strong, defeating him in no time flat. But just as he was going to admit defeat, Peng Yan stepped a foot on his face again, cutting off his words forcefully. "And what were you saying earlier?" "I didn't hear it," Peng Yan said with a loud laugh. "I admit, another leg." Peng Yan just refused to let Xiang Hao say out, "admit defeat," these two words. Beneath the stage, Pei Wenxiang's face was fiery hot, as if that foot was stepping on his face. Bullying people too far. Bullying people too far. Pei Wenxiang was livid with rage. Peng Yan's actions were completely Wu Jianqing smacking his face. There were so many city lords here. Everyone was all competing on the sly, too. Even losing face was not glorious, let alone being humiliated in front of so many people. When Wu Jianqing saw the mud-like Xiang Hao, he said with a hearty laugh, "Ha ha ha! What are all these trash Pei Wenxiang brought? 6th level boundless doesn't even have the chance to speak at Peng Yan's hands." At this time, there were quite a few city lords with pretty good relations. Plus PS with Wu Jianqing coming over to congratulate him. Peng Yan's strength was plain for everybody to see. He was very strong enough even among 7th level boundless realms. Obtaining a quota shouldn't have any big issues. City Lord Wu, congratulations. Didn't expect that your one high city actually had such a formidable young junior emerge. City Lord Wu, congratulations, congratulations. This Peng Yan's strength is probably the #1 person under Yang Wenmiao. Obtaining an advancement spot this time is definitely no sweat. Wu Jianqing dealt with everyone's felicitations, his face pleased with himself. Peng Yan's performance made his face feel extra glorious, while at this time, Xiang Hao was still struggling under Peng Yan's foot. Xiang Hao still could not say "admit defeat," these two words. But Peng Yan seemed to have the intention of disgracing Xiang Hao and just refused to let him say out these two words. According to the compet, Taiyan's rules, only by yelling out "admit defeat" or falling down the platform could it be considered one party winning. This Peng Yan is truly bullying others too far. Xiang Hao is already planning on conceding, and he's actually still humiliating like so. Although Mu Yun disliked Xiang Hao regarding Peng Yan's close to dehumanizing action, he seriously could not put up with it. But right then, Mu Yun suddenly felt the wind moved beside his ear. Yi Yuan actually vanished on the spot immediately. Chapter 777. He rubs me the wrong way. Chapter 777. He rubs me the wrong way. Quickly look. Somebody couldn't carry on watching and went up to the platform. This guy is a moron, right? The platforms all have array formations isolating, not opening them up. How will he enter? It's even a divine traversing realm rookie. Isn't this going to meet with a serious rebuff? Yi Yuan's figure landed in everyone's eyes. It was all faces full of sneering looks. These people did not feel anything inappropriate about the action of Peng Yan humiliating Xiang Hao. Peng Yan had absolute strength. Even if he humiliated Xiang Hao, other people did not dare to easily challenge him as well. Furthermore, Xiang Hao looked for trouble himself. Previously, he still had a manner like a vile person intoxicated by success. Many people were all P.I.S. said with him. The martial artist world was like so. In everyone's notion, the strong bullying the weak, that was how it ought to be. Who asked your strength to be lacking? If you have the capabilities, go and cultivate properly, then trample back. Otherwise, shut your mouth obediently and wait for others to humiliate. However, the mockery on everyone's faces became astonishment very soon. Yi Yuan actually said right through the isolating array formation under everyone's gaze, and he entered the arena. Peng Yan naturally discovered Yi Yuan right away, but he was the same as the others, all of them waiting to see Yi Yuan's make a fool. His face even revealed a mocking smile. But that moment when Yi Yuan said through the array formation, his smile froze on his face. So what if said through the array formation? Can a divine, traversing realm boy still overturn the heaven? Dragon claw hand. Peng Yan reacted very quickly, making a move with a cold smile. It was only to see his fingers formed a claw. Essence energy immediately condensed to form a dragon claw, grabbing towards Yi Yuan. The power of this claw was even enough to deal with 6th-level boundless realms. A mere divine, traversing realm martial artist was naturally nothing difficult, but right then there was a blur in front of Peng Yan's eyes. Yi Yuan's figure instantly transformed to become 9 in the air. His dragon claw hand actually missed. Humph! Displaying slight skill before an expert, Peng Yan snorted coldly. Flexing his hand claw, that dragon claw hand actually divided into 9, grabbing towards 9 Yi Yuans. Swaz. H. Plus in front of Peng Yan was a blur again. 9 Yi Yuans suddenly increased speed, and were actually as nimble as hares escaping. Bang! 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 1 foot, 2, 3, 9. Each foot all trampled on Peng Yan's face. The strength was not heavy, but left behind 9 clear and distinguishable shoe prints on Peng Yan's face. Pooh-hoo! When everyone saw those 9 shoe prints, they all could not resist laughing. Punk, you're courting death. Peng Yan squeezed out these few words from between his teeth. Yi Yuan casually waved a hand and fired out a strand of essence energy, bringing away the Xiang Hao who was trampled until his face was full of blood. Concede. This debt I'll claim for you, Yi Yuan said coolly. Xiang Hao's face looked very wretched at this time, but while it was miserable, it could not compare to how ridiculous those 9 shoe prints on Peng Yan's face looked. Xiang Hao looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly. He never expected that when he was being humiliated by people, the one who came to rescue him was actually the Yi Yuan he was very disdainful of all along previously. Shouldn't Yi Yuan be making fun of his incompetence at one side at this time? He actually came forward and said to help him get back justice. In an instant, Xiang Hao's tears actually welled up in his eyes. Yi Yuan stepping forward courageously at this time, returning good for evil. How could it not move him? Why did you help me? Xiang Hao choked sobbingly. Yi Yuan said coolly, very simple, he rubs me the wrong way. A scholar prefers death to humiliation. The strong had the dignity of the strong. The weak had the self-respect of the weak, too. Being stronger than others did not mean that one could trample on other people's dignity. Yi Yuan had experienced before the might of showing disdain on all life under the heavens, and also experienced before the helplessness when his strength was lacking. Peng Yan's actions made him unwittingly think of Zhao Tianyin. Powerful strength did not mean that one could humiliate others. Therefore, Yi Yuan was said at him. No matter what, Xiang Hao was Pei Wenxiang's men. Following him was also considered being in the same entrenchment. Peng Yan humiliating Peng Yan so was equivalent to sweeping away the faces of everyone on their side. And many thanks. Xiang Hao's heart H.I. plus Vered. All of the views about Yi Yuan previously immediately vanished without a trace. Currently, in Xiang Hao's heart, it was all grat. 2 towards Yi Yuan. Rather than thanking me, why not cultivate more diligently yourself? Wanna not let this scene today ever happen again? You got to let yourself become even stronger. Yi Yuan said. Xiang Hao's heart shuddered when he heard that. His gaze gradually became determined. That was the intense desire towards becoming strong. He turned around and clasped his hands towards Peng Yan and said, Your esteemed self-skills were impressive. This Xiang admits defeat. However, there will come the day that this Xiang seeks guidance from your esteemed self again. Peng Yan said disdainfully, Don't know what you're talking about. The disparity in strength cannot be compensated with rage. The disparity between us will only get greater and greater. Xiang Hao did not dispute with Peng Yan, turning right around and went down the arena. One could tell that Yi Yuan's words really stimulated him. Yi Yuan said coolly, Rage indeed can't compensate disparity, but diligence can. An army burning with righteous indignation is bound to win. Once people have a driving force, they will erupt with unimaginable potential. Peng Yan looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, You better not worry about others anymore. Best be worried about yourself. Brat, your actions just now successfully incurred this young master's fury. Therefore, your outcome will be even more miserable than his. Yi Yuan looked at Peng Yan and smiled. Then, he raised his hand, beckoned. The action of disdain was displayed plainly. Seeing this scene, the Wu Jianqing beneath the stage could not help sneering coldly as he said, This fool, to actually dare provoke Peng Yan like this. He wouldn't really think that by relying on his divine traversing realm strength, he can do anything to Peng Yan, right? Just now, Peng Yan was just momentarily careless and didn't even use 30% of his strength, stirring up Peng Yan's fury. I very much want to see what his outcome will be. Ha! That divine traversing realm really knows how to pretend. To actually dare provoke his opponent like this. Although his strength is indeed not bad, the other party should only be careless just now. This divine traversing realm is indeed rather unexpected, to actually be able to directly pass through the isolating array formation. But most likely, that Peng Yan did not think that too. Hence, that's why he would fall victim to that brat in a moment of carelessness, right? This Peng Yan's strength is very strong. Even though he has not displayed all of his strength yet, he's likely quite a bit stronger compared to ordinary 7th level boundless realms. Although Yi Yuan successfully left behind clear and distinct shoe prints on Peng Yan's face, there was still no one optimistic about him. After all, the disparity between his and Peng Yan's strength was too great. Moreover, looking at Peng Yan's combat strength just now, his strength was absolutely much stronger compared to ordinary 7th level boundless realms. Because Xiang Hao's strength was actually not weak. Even for those 7th level boundless geniuses, wanting to easily beat him was absolutely not an easy thing. But Peng Yan easily defeated him and humiliated him. It could be seen that Peng Yan's combat strength was definitely very strong. Yi Yuan provoking right now was completely seeking death. They were just rather curious what kind of method Peng Yan would use to disgrace Yi Yuan in a while. Chapter 778, Large Footprint. Chapter 778, Large Footprint, Blind, Reckless Fool. Peng Yan's fury was thoroughly ignited by Yi Yuan. A long saber appeared in his hand. Essence energy surged. The essence energy in this small field of activity around the entire arena was taken control by him very quickly. He actually wanted to plunder the essence energy around Yi Yuan completely. This was the powerful aspect of boundless realm martial artists. They could take control of the essence energy within a small area and put it to their own use. Speaking from a certain degree, the battle between boundless realm martial artists was the battle of plundering heaven and earth essence energy. Whoever's controllability was stronger, whoever could lead the entire battle situation. Very clearly, in this area, divine traversing realm martial artists were too disadvantaged. This is completely a battle without suspense. This move of Peng Yan's is vicious enough. That brat probably even has the thought of wanting to cry now, right? Divine traversing realm facing boundless realm, it's virtually an irresolvable situation. Without heaven and earth essence energy available for use, one can't unleash the power no matter how powerful the martial technique too. Unless this boy's concept's comprehension flings Peng Yan several streets behind and is able to rely on the powerful undulation of the concept to breach Peng Yan's control. But how is this possible? Peng Yan's saber intent is probably already not far away from comprehending the elementary form of a supreme true intent, right? That horrifying saber intent of Peng Yan's made the martial artists beneath the stage all feel a chill run down their spines. The might of his saber intent could be seen. To want to fling Peng Yan several streets behind in concepts. This was something completely impossible. Even Yang Wenmiao could not do it too. If Yang Wenmiao was only 7th level divine traversing, it was absolutely impossible for him to be Peng Yan's match. Even if his concept's comprehension was much stronger than Peng Yan's. Without heaven and earth essence energy to use, I want to see just where your confidence to dare be so wildly arrogant lies. Sunset-crazed saber. Toward Yi Yuan, Peng Yan did not drop his guard. Although those few kicks earlier were rather unexpected, it was also sufficient to prove that Yi Yuan was not an ordinary divine traversing realm martial artist. His strength was sufficient to compete with boundless realms. Otherwise, even if a puny little divine traversing realm took him by surprise, it was also not possible to make him admit defeat. But so what? His Peng Yan's goal was never at this puny little Yi city. A little-known divine traversing realm boy, no matter how formidable his strength was, how could it be possible to be his match? The powerful saber intent swept over towards Yi Yuan while blotting out the skies and covering the earth. Yi Yuan, be careful! Beneath the stage, Xiang Hao clenched his fists tightly and cried out in shock. Only when he saw this blade did Xiang Hao know just how great his disparity from Peng Yan was. The disparity between the two of them was absolutely not just a minor cultivation realm. The gap in concepts was even bigger. Even the Yang Wenmiao, who was as destination, I toot as snow on the stage, all along opened both eyes at this time too, looking over towards that platform. Very clearly, this blade of Peng Yan's made him slightly taken aback. However, his gaze was locked onto that figure, which appeared slightly thin. What he wanted to see even more was just how powerful Yi Yuan was. He wanted to affirm that his feeling was not wrong. Yi Yuan's sword Dao attainments should be very formidable. However, Yi Yuan disappointed him. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's aura rose to the peak. Violent true dragon power shot straight to the skies. At the same time, a heat wave instantly burst out. two kinds of powerful to the extreme auras blended together under everyone's gaze. Flame, movement, true dragon carnage. A fire dragon burst out violently, galloping over towards that saber, intent savagely. Everyone's faces all changed. They were unable to imagine that a 7th-level divine traversing was actually able to unleash such a powerful attack and clash head-on with the 7th-level boundless Peng Yen. The control ability of Boundless Realm was an utter joke in front of this flame movement true dragon carnage. Regardless whether was it true dragon power or the scorching true intent, it all could easily destroy this kind of control power. Boom. Peng Yen received a tremendous impact, his figure falling back continuously. Oh, a wave of exclamations suddenly burst out from within the crowd, because Peng Yen already fell back to the borders of the platform, a little bit more to the back, and he would fall down the platform. The isolating array formation on this platform permitted exit and forbade entry. The people outside could not come in, but for the people inside to fall outside, they were not affected. If Peng Yen dropped down directly, then he would lose. Peng Yen gritted his teeth, forcefully mustering up the disorderly essence energy within his body. His body suddenly sunk downwards, finally barely keeping his feet steady at the peripherals of the platform. Ho! Peng Yen spat out a mouthful of turbid air heavily, but he secretly heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. If he were to really drop down, that would be disgraceful. Oh, another wave of exclamation erupted in the crowd. Peng Yen had yet to figure out what happened when suddenly there was darkness in front of his eyes. A large foot directly appeared before his eyes, getting increasingly bigger. Bang! Peng Yan's figure flew out backward once more, falling down the platform, immediately rolling out far away. Yi Yuan actually already arrived in front of Peng Yen since goodness knows when, and gave him a good one to his face, kicking him down the arena directly. Pooh! A wave of guffaws erupted in the crowd, especially Xiang Hao. It was so vented in his heart, kicking his face down the platform. These were the words Peng Yen humiliated him with previously. But now, Peng Yen himself was kicked down by Yi Yuan with his face. It was really instant karma. Yi Yuan, this fellow, really accomplished what he said. When he went up to the stage, he said to help him get back justice. Now, he really claimed it back. He really did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually this formidable. To think that he even looked down on Yi Yuan previously, thinking that Yi Yuan was bragging. Looking at it now, he was completely disdainful to explain. A martial artist's might was never preened out, but fought out with fists and kicks. Ha ha ha! Yi Yuan did well. Truly venting. What's his name there? Didn't you like to step on other people's face? Why were you trampled yourself? Ha ha ha! Pei Wenxiang said with a loud laugh. Pei Wenxiang had already been repressed for a very long time too. In the wake of Yi Yuan's kick, he thoroughly released it. Wu Jianqing's expression was incomparably ugly. He never would have thought that Peng Yen actually only lasted one round on the arena. It was fine if he was eliminated in one round. He was even kicked down by a divine traversing realm boy using his feet to his face. This kick was not just Peng Yan's face, it was even his Wu Jianqing's face. However, Wu Jianqing was also rather frightened by Yi Yuan's might. A 7th-level divine traversing boy was actually able to contend head-on with a 7th-level boundless. This was simply unimaginable. Moreover, without any doubt, that head-on clash previously, it was actually still Yi Yuan who slightly took the upper hand. Otherwise, how could he possibly stabilize his figure before Peng Yen? And then he kicked Peng Yen down with one leg. Pei Wenxiang, that guy. Where did he find such a freak? Peng Yen scurried up from the floor with a whoosh. But his face had an additional, very distinct, large footprint, looking extremely comical. When everyone saw his face, they roared with laughter again. Those 9 prints earlier only looked somewhat ugly, but it actually did not have much effect on Peng Yan. But this leg, Yi Yuan stepped solidly. That large footprint was completely formed from a contusion. Boy, you wait. Today's humiliation. I'll definitely return twofold tomorrow. Peng Yan said in a towering rage. Chapter 779, Dark Horse. Chapter 779, Dark Horse, Yi Yuan win. Consecutive win count, 11 matches. Yi City's judge directly announced the results. Yi Yuan defeated Peng Yan, and 1/2 of his victory count immediately. Although Peng Yan failed, he still had the opportunity to challenge tomorrow. Looking at him, seemed like he still wished to challenge Yi Yuan tomorrow. Yi Yuan's prodigious kick thoroughly sowed the discord between the two people. What he used just now should be the scorching true intent, right? The other one, could it be true dragon strength? This Yi Yuan has such heaven-defying encounters to actually be able to obtain true dragon strength. What's even more terrifying is that he's actually able to fuse these two types of extreme power together. TSK, leaping a major cultivation realm to battle. That brat actually really accomplished it. Yang Wenmiao was secretly blown away inwardly. Although taken aback, Yang Wenmiao did not feel that he was worse than Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's methods were heaven-defying, but Yang Wenmiao also had immense confidence in his own methods. But without any doubt, Yi Yuan's strength was already sufficient to rank among the powerhouses and had the strength to assault that advancement quota. Just as Yang Wenmiao was ruminating, a wave exclamations suddenly sounded out again beneath the platform. Yang Wenmiao was slightly stunned, but saw a young man actually standing onto the platform he was on. Somebody wanted to challenge him, only to see that young man clasp his hands and said, "I've long heard that Brother Yang is Yi City's #1 person. Younger brother, Nanwu City's Tang Fan, wished to challenge Brother Yang." Yang Wenmiao could not help sizing up this young man called Tang Fan. He did not seem to have any extraordinary aspects. What made Yang Wenmiao slightly astonished was that Tang Fan was actually only 5th level boundless. Since young, the targets Yang Wenmiao challenged were always higher cultivation realms than him. This sort of situation today, it was still his first time encountering. But Tang Fan's actions caused an uproar among Yang Wenmiao's defenders. Who the H-E-L-L is that brat? To actually dare challenge Wenmiao. Just that level of his, wouldn't going up be making a spectacle of himself? That's right. This fellow is really overestimating his own ability to actually dare challenge Wenmiao. This guy is definitely trying to impress people by doing something shocking. Wenmiao pummel him. In everyone's thinking, Yang Wenmiao should have no one challenge for 2 days straight, then directly obtaining the qualifications to advance from there. But now, there was actually someone who shattered this thing, which everyone firmly believed. Therefore, the reactions were especially huge. Even Yi Yuan was very surprised by Tang Fan's actions too. After Yang Wenmiao was slightly dazed, he nodded his head nonchalantly and said, "Make a move then. Here I come." The moment Tang Fan made a move, Yang Wenmiao's expression became solemn. This Tang Fan's strength was actually not an ordinary kind of strong. Tang Fan was also a sword-practicing expert, but his sword seemed to be only particular about one word, and that was fast. His sword art was unbelievably fast, virtually not giving his opponent the slightest bit of chance to make a move at all. Myriad sword daos, every person's pursuit was different. Some people pursued the sword's awe-inspiring righteousness. Some people pursued the sword's level-headedness and composure, while what Yi Yuan pursued were nimbleness and sharpness. What this Tang Fan pursued was agility, attacking thousands of times instantaneously. How could his opponent react in time? Tang Fan's sword made all the skeptical voices from before all quietened down. These geniuses' horizons were all very high. They were able to tell that if the one who stood on the platform were not Yang Wenmiao, they would have long been defeated already. Seventh level boundless realms. Even if it was that Pang Yen, he was probably not this Tang Fan's match too. This Tang Fan was too strong. Tang Fan's movements were too fast, swift, until his figure pervaded everywhere on the platform. That was not a cloning technique, like Pang Yen. They were purely afterimages left behind from speed being too fast. Yang Wenmiao actually only had the strength to ward off blows for a time under Tang Fan's attacks. These Yang Wenmiao's supporters were also silent already at this time. Each and every one of them clenched their fists tightly, secretly cheering Yang Wenmiao on. As so strong. Could it be that this Tang Fan is actually going to drag Yang Wenmiao down from the altar? Xianghao swallowed hard and said in shock, "This compet." Taiyan, he had really witnessed too many monstrous geniuses. As one of ancient opulent city's top geniuses. Only now did Xianghao know that turned out he was a frog at the bottom of a well. One Yi city had so many formidable foes already. Then what about the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land? Muyan nodded and said, "Indeed very strong. But I feel that it's probably still quite difficult for him to want to beat Yang Wenmiao. And Yang Wenmiao is already being suppressed by him until he doesn't have the slightest strength to retaliate. Is it possible that there is still a chance to turn defeat into victory?" Xianghao said in surprise, "Tang Fan's fighting method is impressive, but exhausts essence energy immensely. If he can't take down his opponent in a short period of time, he will be in a bad situation." Mu Yen evaluated. Right then, Yi Yuan also sighed slightly on the platform. This Tang Fan still lost in the end. Indeed, Yang Wenmiao aura suddenly swept out, sending Tang Fan flying out. Tang Fan seemed to be unresigned to being defeated like this, and even wanted to struggle for a moment in the air. But Yang Wenmiao's sword Qi did not give him the least bit of opportunity to catch his breath, blasting him down the platform immediately. There were no voices mocking Tang Fan at all. To be able to force Yang Wenmiao to such an extent, Tang Fan could be said to be the first person. His strength won everybody's respect. Yang Wenmiao stood while carrying his sword and said to the Tang Fan beneath the stage, "You're very strong. Looking forward to the next time I fight with you." Tang Fan struggled to his feet and said stubbornly, "Next time, I definitely can defeat you." Yang Wenmiao smiled, but did not say anything else. He already deeply sensed this Tang Fan's threat. One had to know that Tang Fan was only 5th level boundless. He was 3 minor cultivation realms lower than Yang Wenmiao, but he was able to force the latter into such a plight. This Tang Fan's potential was absolutely very strong. At this time, Yang Wenmiao's gaze involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan once more. This person's threat seemed to be even greater than Tang Fan's. Yang Wenmiao never expected that he would actually encounter so many rising stars this compet. Taiyan, making him feel pressure deeply. But in his heart, a soaring fighting intent was also ablaze. Before the compet, Taiyan, no one would have thought that the second day of the compet, Taiyan would already progress to a white-hot stage 2. The originally obscure Yi Yuan and Tang Fan displayed their talents, becoming everyone's focal point. Although Tang Fan was defeated, he did not lose the opportunity to advance. Without any doubt, there was no problem at all with him obtaining an advancement quota, while Yi Yuan, after he defeated 4 7th-level boundless realms in a row neat and tidily, and, body else dared to go up and challenge him. With this, there were 2 of the 6 platforms, which became very deserted. One was Yang Wenmiao's, the other was Yi Yuan's. After Yang Wenmiao defeated Tang Fan, everyone reckoned that no one would go and challenge him anymore. While at this time, there was already no one who dared to doubt Yi Yuan's strength as well. This advancement quota, Yi Yuan nailed it. But what made everyone surprised was that after Tang Fan was defeated at Yang Wenmiao's side, he did not choose to occupy a platform on the third day's compet. One, Tian. Tang Fan directly challenged Yi Yuan. Chapter 780, Tao of Fast Slow. Chapter 780, Tao of Fast Slow. Tang Fan stood opposite Yi Yuan, but he had a solemn expression on his face. "You're very strong, but I'll defeat you," Tang Fan said. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "You're very strong too, but you won't have a chance to beat me." "Ha! How would you know without fighting?" Tang Fan said. Without much nonsense, Tang Fan's figure moved explosively. Countless sword images instantly besieged Yi Yuan. Tang Fan's quicksword was fast until it made people feel asphyxiated. His sword art completely gave up on technique, just for the sake of pursuing the extremities of speed. Each sword was without any flass. H.I. plus ness. The angle of striking with the sword, strength, everything, and all of it was all in order to pursue speed. Yet, this sword speed of myriad swords in an instant did not even touch the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves. Too terrifying. This Yi Yuan strength is simply daunting until it makes people despair. Yang Wenmiao's sword intent is grand and boundless, but his speed can't keep up with Tang Fan. If not for him suppressing Tang Fan on Cultivation Realm, how the result would really be hard to say. But Yi Yuan practically can't even sense his essence energy undulations, but Tang Fan can't even touch the corners of his sleeves. That also means that Yi Yuan is relying entirely on movement technique to avoid Tang Fan's sword. Just how fast is that movement technique of his? Without any doubt, this kind of quick swords of Tang Fan's was very hard to crack. Even if his strength was just a bit worse, it could not be avoided by ordinary people either. But Yi Yuan evaded each sword perfectly. He did not even unleash a single move until now. All of a sudden, Tang Fan withdrew his sword and stood there, his stubborn face filled with defeat. This sense of defeat was even more intense than him losing to Yang Wenmiao yesterday, because Tang Fan could sense that if his cultivation realm was the same as Yang Wenmiao, he absolutely had the strength to brave it out with him, which was also to say that his comprehensions in sword intent was at least not inferior to Yang Wenmiao. Yet, facing Yi Yuan's movement technique with no weakness to exploit, he could not find any way at all. He already strove with all his might, but still could not catch up to Yi Yuan's figure. In other words, he was fast, but Yi Yuan was even faster than him. Tang Fan giving up everything was in order to pursue the word, fast. If he lost to another person in the word, fast, then he really lost. I lost. The stubbornness on Tang Fan's face was all gone. What remained was intense unwillingness. He cultivated the quicksword. There had never been anyone faster than his sword before. But today, this merely divine traversing realm youth actually utterly suppressed him by a level. Furthermore, Tang Fan could sense that Yi Yuan seemed to still have a great deal of strength left over. Under such stances, the sense of defeat was extremely intense. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Myriad things under the heaven are all yin and yang complementing mutually. The extreme of yang is yin, the extreme of fast is slow. You pursue speed blindly. Have you ever thought of letting the sword become a little slower? Maybe when you understand the Tao of fast-slow, it will make your quick sword even faster." Tang Fan's entire body trembled. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually uttered such words. Yes, cultivating until now, all of his thoughts were placed on how to make his sword faster. But he had never thought about making his sword a little slower. Make quicksword slow down. Was that still called quicksword? However, Yin was born from extreme yin, slow was born from extreme speed. Were the extremes of speed slow or not? Tang Fan's comprehension towards quicksword was extremely profound, and knew that the slow Yi Yuan was talking about was not slow in its true sense, but another type of realm. That was the realm of viewing the mountain as not a mountain, looking at water as not water. If he were able to comprehend this realm, his quicksword would definitely advance a step further. Talking about it was easy, but to comprehend this slow word was exceedingly difficult. But Yi Yuan's word gave him a feeling of dispelling the clouds and seeing the bright moon. It was just like a ray of light in the dark night, pointing the direction for Tang Fan to advance. Tang Fan suddenly clasped his hands and said, "Although Brother Ye's age is young, your horizons are exceptionally high." The words just now, this Tang benefited endlessly. This battle, this Tang is utterly convinced by my defeat from the bottom of my heart. Today's grace, this Tang has remembered it. Finished talking, Tang Fan turned right around and went down the platform. Vanis. H.I. plussing in the crowd. When Pei Wenxiang saw this scene, he suddenly recalled what Yi Yuan said before, the words about wanting to enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley. Those words sounded very laughable to him at that time. But recalling them now, it seemed like Yi Yuan really had that hint of chance. Up until now, seems like apart from Yang Wenmiao, there was already no one able to beat Yi Yuan. But even someone as powerful as Tang Fan was still unable to force out Yi Yuan's true strength. If comparing Yi Yuan and Yang Wenmiao, taking Tang Fan as reference in between, seems like Yi Yuan won more easily. Could it be that Yi Yuan's true strength was still above Yang Wenmiao? Pei Wenxiang drew a cold breath. Before this, he did not even dare to think about it. But now, seemed like this guess was very likely. If not for Peng Yan humiliating Xiang Hao like that previously, who knows if Yi Yuan would go up to challenge Yang Wenmiao or not. However, this was already not important. Yi Yuan's strength would be displayed when he entered the grand finals. On Wu Jianqing's side, Peng Yan was long glaring like a ravening tiger already. Previously, when he saw Tang Fan go up to challenge Yi Yuan, he was even secretly rejoicing for a bit. He felt that with Tang Fan's strength, Yi Yuan definitely could not win. Even if Yi Yuan really could win, he would have tremendous exhaustion too. That way, he could completely wreck Yi Yuan if he went up to the arena. But now that the match was over, Yi Yuan practically did not have any expenditure at all. This kind of strength truly daunted him at the sight of it a little. Peng Yan, give up. This boy's strength is likely not what you're able to deal with. You go and challenge another person. Ensure an advancement spot. Don't go and look for trouble anymore, Wu Jianqing said with a solemn face. Peng Yan was extremely unresigned when he heard that, but in the end, he nodded his head helplessly. However, when Peng Yan was planning to go up and challenge another person, Xiang Hao ridiculed. "Yo, didn't you talk big yesterday about wanting to teach Yi Yuan a lesson? Why, this direction that you're heading doesn't seem to be Yi Yuan's platform." Xiang Hao kept a constant eye on the happenings at Peng Yan's side. Therefore, Peng Yan's behavior was taken fully into his sights. Peng Yan's entire body trembled, his gaze glaring fiercely at Xiang Hao, Wisconsin H.I., plussing to swallow Xiang Hao alive. Xiang Hao also stared right back. Either way, fighting was forbidden at this compet. One Taiyan area. Would Peng Yan dare to kill him? Yi Yuan already smacked his face until such an extent. If he did not make use of it properly, how would he dispel the hatred in his heart? Don't get angry. That punk is deliberately triggering you. Calm down. Apart from Yang Wenmiao and Yi Yuan, there are still many strong opponents. You have to handle the situation carefully, Wu Jianqing said. Peng Yen sucked in a breath deeply, nodded his head, and said, "Rest assured, City Lord. This quota, I'll definitely take it. Oh wow, really don't have guts to challenge Yi Yuan. Next time, remember, don't have the strength, don't talk so big, so as to avoid smacking your own face." Ha ha ha. Towards Xiang Hao's actions, Pei Wenxiang felt very liberated too. Of course, what made him even more pleased was still Yi Yuan obtaining a quota to advance to the grand finals. Just as Yi Yuan said back then, making his face feel boundless honor. Chapter 781, Harsh Situation. Chapter 781. Harsh situation with Peng Yan's strength. Taking down an arena lord was naturally something effortless. The third day of defending the platform, Peng Yan maintained his position and won 20 matches in a row. Although Peng Yan's strength was formidable, it was still not formidable to the extent that no one dared to challenge him. Those 7th-level boundless realms, even some 6th-level boundless realms, would all go up and challenge him. It was just that Peng Yan never would have dreamed that the first match on the 4th day, Tang Fan actually came up to challenge him immediately, and then Tang Fan blasted him down the platform cleanly. Furthermore, through a night's rest and rehabilitation, Tang Fan seemed to be even stronger than yesterday. After the 4th day, Yang Wenmiao and Yi Yuan directly obtained advancement quotas because no one dared to challenge them anymore. After Tang Fan kicked Peng Yan, likewise, no one dared to go up the stage again. Him obtaining a spot was just a matter of time. Based on this, there were only 3 quotas left. Starting from the 5th day, a series of intense scrambling battles unfolded on these 3 arenas. In the end, Peng Yan still relied on his powerful strength and obtained a quota. The 5th quota was seized by another Yi City's 7th-level boundless genius in the end. But the 6th quota was what everyone did not expect. Through 3 to 4 days of fighting, Mu Yun actually completed 100 consecutive wins, obtaining the final quota. This made Pei Wenxiang incredibly thrilled. These 6 spots, ancient opulent city actually occupied too. This was what he did not expect at all before coming. He brought 6 people, and not a single one was at the 7th-level boundless realm. This kind of strength was, at the very most, only able to rank in the mid-range position. Even striving for a quota was not possible. After all, this kind of selection compet. 1. Tian. There were too many experts. But who knew that not only did his people obtain a quota, it was 2. This kind of unexpected harvest made him feel that happiness came too sudden. After Mu Yun obtained the quota, Pei Wenxiang even ran in front of Wu Jianqing and showed off for a bit. Looking at that horse face of Wu Jianqing, Pei Wenxiang was incomparably exhilarated in his heart. Following the 6 quotas being decided, Yi City's division compet. 1. Tian Zone's compet. 1. Tian also finally wrapped up satisfactorily. The next day, City Lord Yang Sun summoned the 6 people who advanced this time. The moment Yang Sun saw Pei Wenxiang, he could not help laughing loudly as he patted his shoulders and said, "Oh, Wenxiang, I really couldn't tell that you actually have the potential to be a good judge of talent. Your ancient opulent city can really be said to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat this time." Pei Wenxiang smiled and said, "Your Excellency is too kind." "Ha, just luck, just luck." Yang Sun waved his hand and said, "Don't need to be modest, Wenxiang. Yi City's compet. Tian's news this time. I've already notified the Pei family. The Pei family is very pleased with your performance this time. It's said that they will bestow a flying crane profound torrential pill to you." The flying crane profound torrential pill was a medicinal pill to help heaven enlightenment realm martial artists break through cultivation realms. It was very valuable in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Without a certain status, there was no way to get it at all. His own status was not very high, but Pei Wenxiang had an elder brother who was a holy son. Otherwise, he would also not be signed outside to be a city lord. This flying crane profound torrential pill was an extremely valuable medicinal pill even to Pei Kuan, let alone Pei Wenxiang. When Pei Wenxiang heard this, he said agitatedly, "Are your words true, my lord?" Yang Sen nodded and said, "If not for definite news, how would I dare to open my mouth easily? Most likely, the Pei family's envoy is already on their way at present. You are also aware that the Holy Land has numerous factions. The contest for these quotas is naturally very intense too. You were able to seize 2 spots all at once. It naturally helps to gain a great deal of face for the Pei family. Other than the flying crane profound torrential pill, the merit points awarded this time definitely won't meager too." Pei Wenxiang was overjoyed as he said, "Many thanks for your excellency's news." Yang Sen waved his hand and said, "Thanking me for what? I'm only just informing you a little in advance. Obtaining this reward is you yourself discovering talents with discerning eyes. I has nothing to do with me." By the side, Wu Jianqing's face was already livid, green with envy for some time inwardly. Wu Jianqing wished to obtain a flying crane profound torrential pill even in his dreams. But this medicinal pill was in too high demand. The family clan could not possibly award it at all. He didn't expect that Pei Wenxiang, this guy, gained a new lease on life and actually obtained the Pei family's bestowal. With Yang Sen's status, saying in front of so many people, this matter was basically set in stone already. How could he, Wu Jianqing, not be envious? No idea what bulls. HI plus T luck Pei Wenxiang this guy had to actually be able to find a freak like Yi Yuan. After finest, HI plussing the small talk with Pei Wenxiang, Yang Sun said to the 6 people who advanced with a stern countenance, "Since the 6 of you have already stood out from the SES as Yi City's division compet. 1. Tianzon's organizer. I naturally have to congratulate all of you, but what I want to warn everybody is that now is still not the time to be happy, because the cruelty of the grand finals will surpass your imaginations. I've already received some news. The genius martial artists who entered the grand finals this time, just the 9th level boundless, and above have 20 over people, while among the 6 of you, the highest is merely 8th level boundless. Of course, cultivation realm doesn't completely represent strength, but you guys should be clearer than me that to be able to reach 9th level boundless realm at this age, not one of them is a mediocre person." Hearing Yang Sen's words, everyone's joy from having just advanced was immediately all gone. Apart from Yi Yuan, the others all had very solemn expressions. Clearly, they sensed tremendous pressure. Yang Wenmiao was no exception either. Actually, these people had long had mental preparations regarding the grand finals brutality, but they absolutely never expected that the quasi-holy sun selection compet. 1. Taiyan this time would actually be brutal to such a degree. A total of 60 people. There were actually 20 over 9th level boundless realms. What kind of concept was this? Furthermore, who could guarantee that those 8th level boundless, 7th level boundless, even among the 6th level boundless, and 5th level boundless realms did not have freaks like Tang Fan and Yi Yuan? It was not that no one dares not to guarantee this, but definitely there will be those freaks. The allure of entering the Crimson Afterglow Valley was too great. Even Yi Yuan, a former alchemy emperor powerhouse, was moved, let alone the others. Therefore, this time, those young geniuses who were not willing to reveal their edge all popped out all at once. According to Yang Sen's way of saying things, dark horses like Yi Yuan and Tang Fan were seen everywhere this time. Many young geniuses who were unknown before this all emerged this time. 4 or 5 people even poured out all at once in some division compet. 1. Tian zones. Those geniuses who were originally viewed favorably were instead eliminated one by one. This kind of lineup seriously made them unable to be happy. Since they entered the grand finals, a single person did not wish to get a good ranking. In order to attract these geniuses to enter the Holy Land, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land also poured in extensive capital this time, bleeding their reserve. The top 10 young geniuses would obtain incomparably generous cultivation resources. Under this kind of temptation, few would be unmoved. These young geniuses' strengths were all at roughly the same rank. The final battle situation would surely be very intense, even to the extent of brutal. Under such circumstances, wanting to enter the top 10 was simply even harder than ascending to the heavens. Yang Sun stated the risks and benefits of the grand final's harshness and swept across the 6 people's faces, but he discovered that Yi Yuan was very composed from start to finish. He could not resist asking and said, "Yi Yuan, looking at you, seems like you're not very worried." Chapter 782, Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Chapter 782, Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Yi Yuan did not think that Yang Sun would speak up and ask him. He replied with a smile, "Rather than worry about this, may as well make the best use of this 1 month's time to cultivate a bit more. Everyone's strength is roughly similar. Every increase in strength is naturally an increase in chances of victory." Yang Sun was stunned. He did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually say such words. Thinking carefully, it seemed like it really was that case. If the strength difference was too great, a month's time naturally did not have much use. But these 60 people's strength clearly did not have a great disparity. Whoever won or lost, either was possible. Under such circumstances, a month's time, one could do many things. Yi Yuan's words made the other 5 people's state of mind relax considerably, but the sense of urgency rose. If not for Yang Sun being present, they wished that they could go and enter a retreat right away. Yang Sun looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly. This youth seemed to have a level-headedness that was disproportionate to his age. "Yi Yuan, I saw that when you were defending the arena previously, seemed like you still had some strength to spare. I wonder if you have any goal entering the grand finals this time?" Yang Sun asked. Yi Yuan smiled but did not speak. But Pei Wenxiang interjected when he saw the situation. "I know a little about this. Yi Yuan's goal is that spot to enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley." Everyone all sucked in a cold breath. Wasn't this goal a little too big? Hearing it, it just sounded somewhat inconceivable. But Yang Sun shook his head and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "Young people having strength, having goals are a good thing. But reaching beyond one's grasp, one will probably return in disappointment in the end." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Your Excellency, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first to cultivate." Finished talking, Yi Yuan ignored the dumbfounded-looking people, turned right around, and went out. "Stop right there. You actually dare to be disrespectful toward Lord Yang. I think that you're tired of living." Wu Jianqing finally seized the opportunity to explode. Yi Yuan said in surprise, "Our Lord Yang says that I'm reaching beyond my reach, so I'm cultivating a while more in a down-to-earth manner. How did it become disrespect towards Lord Yang? You, twisting logic with the likes of your bit of strength, and you also dare to dream about entering the Crimson Afterglow Valley, simply daydreaming in broad daylight. Whatever you say. This little lord is still in a hurry to cultivate. See you later." Yi Yuan really left the city lord manor after he finished talking. Yang Wenmiao and the rest actually could hardly wait long ago already. Seeing Yi Yuan leave, Yang Wenmiao clasped his hands towards Yang Sun and said, "Father, this child has to cultivate too. I'll take my leave first." Yang's son hesitated slightly for a bit, but he still nodded and said, I see that you guys can't seem to stay anymore either. Go on then. Yang Wenmiao and the rest were like receiving amnesty, immediately going back to enter closed seclusion. After everyone left, Yang Sun stopped Pei Wenxiang and asked, Yi Yuan really has the strength? Pei Wenxiang thought for a while and said, Actually, before coming here, I also thought that he was joking. But now, I'm somewhat having hopes for him. Perhaps the strength he explodes with during the compet. 1. Time will give us a great shock. Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was established on top of a spirit vein. The essence energy was extremely abundant. Even though the present Crimson Afterglow Holy Land already declined, this place was an extremely flurries. Plussing land too. People came and went, endless streams of horses and carriages. It was a dignified, large-scale city. The population in the Holy Land was not as many as a large city, such as Yi City, but the scale was quite a bit larger. Moreover, the martial artist strengths were also not what those large cities were able to compare to. A month's time set in a twinkle. Yi Yuan's group of 6 who advanced followed Yang's son into the Holy Land. Yi Yuan was born in a super holy land and did not have much feeling towards this kind of small-scale holy lands. Rather, other than Yang's son, it was the others' first time entering the Holy Land. They were filled with curiosity towards this place. The Holy Land's reserve strength was mostly heaven enlightenment realm martial artists. They actually did not place much importance on boundless realms. Organizing this quasi-holy sun selection compet. 1. Tie-in this time was an unprecedented occasion. The Holy Land's factions are complex and intricate. This period of time, you all better be a little more careful. Don't offend people, and try to have self-awareness. Of course, as long as you guys are able to enter the top 10, you'd have the qualifications to enter the Holy Temple. At that time, these forces naturally won't dare to offend you all. Yang Sun voiced out to remind when he saw everyone's curious baby looks. Yang Sun was born in the Holy Land and had witnessed before countless geniuses. He naturally knew that these young men were arrogant at heart and haughty in manner. There would even be an inclination towards attacking at a word of disagreement. However, with the backgrounds of these people before his eyes, they could not afford to offend some of the Holy Land's major factions at all. One had to know that although the Holy Land's heaven enlightenment realm martial artists were not as many as the hair on an ox, hundreds definitely existed. And behind these people, mostly all were phaseless realm powerhouses. Phaseless realm powerhouses. They were the Holy Land's mid-level pillars. If one offended phaseless realm martial artists, the city lords behind these few people could not help them. Of course, Yang Sun himself was a phaseless realm powerhouse too. It was just that the factions inside this holy land, there were many he could not afford to offend. The group was walking when 2 people came from in front. Younger brother, Yang Sun. How have you been? The one in front was an elderly man who greeted Yang Sun immediately, but his eyes glanced towards Yi Yuan. But the other person was Yi Yuan's old acquaintance. It was precisely Zhao Qian. Yang Sun was clearly very surprised by the old man's arrival and hurriedly saluted as he said, I've seen Chairman Jiao. Chairman Jiao chuckled and said, Ha! I heard that younger brother Yang acquired several fine talents this time. This Jiao specially came to take a look. The genius martial artists, your Yi City's division compet. 1. Taiyan Zone selected this time should be these few people, right? Ha! Indeed fine men with striking appearances. He said that it was to come to take a look at all the martial artists. But when Yang Sun saw Chairman Jiao's eyes, how could he still not know that he was here specifically for Yi Yuan? Except he was a little alarmed inwardly. A puny little divine traversing realm boy could actually trouble the Meteor Trading Company's Crimson Afterglow Branch's Lord Chairman to personally come out and welcome. Looks like this Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai was indeed not that simple. Although the Meteor Trading Company's strength declined somewhat in these recent few years, it was a true blue rank, one holy land. It was absolutely not what their kind of small holy land could contend with. A random second-level Dao profound powerhouse that they send out could destroy the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Of course, the holy lands where trading firms were located had always had harmony as a virtue. Unless there were no other choices, they would not easily go to war. Doing business, reputation was the most important. Exterminating people's holy land at the drop of a hat was completely a thing that harmed others without benefits. This Chairman Zhao was the Meteor Trading Company's person in charge of the Crimson Afterglow branch. To actually come personally to welcome, this was absolutely a very odd matter. He heard that this Yi Yuan was just an ascender. How was it possible to become associated with such a major figure? But shock was shock. Face still had to be given to Chairman Zhao. Chairman Zhao is too kind. Yang said. Chairman Zhao said smilingly, "Younger brother Yang, our Meteor Trading Company has some business dealings with this little brother Yi Yuan. Just nice then, our Crimson Afterglow branch is looking for him to discuss some things. So we dropped by. I hope that younger brother Yang won't take offense." Yang thought to himself that it was indeed so. He said verbally, "Dare not, dare not." Chapter 783, Several Intel. Chapter 783. Several Intel. This old man, Jiao Ting, is the Meteor Trading Company's Crimson Afterglow branch's chairman. Taking the liberty of inviting Master Yi here this time is that we have a business deal that we wish to discuss with you. As the person in charge of the Meteor Trading Company, Jiao Ting's tone was surprisingly very courteous toward Yi Yuan. If the Crimson Afterglow Holy Lands people saw Jiao Ting being so polite to Yi Yuan, they would definitely receive a huge shock. Although Jiao Ting's strength was not as strong as the Holy Lord's, his status was not the slightest bit inferior to the Holy Lord. A heavyweight S figure like this was actually so polite to a divine traversing realm youth. It would make people unbelievably shocked. Yi Yuan glanced at Jiao Ting, then looked at the Zhao Qian who was silent by the side, and said smilingly, "You guys are here for the pill formulas, right? Looks like your Meteor Trading Company indeed has some difficulties striding forward right now." Jiao Ting was alarmed inwardly when he heard that, and could not help looking over towards Zhao Qian in astonishment. For a moment, he actually did not know how he should answer. He had long heard Zhao Qian say before that Yi Yuan was formidable, but this one exchange, he candidly admitted defeat straight away. Not only did Yi Yuan guess his intentions of coming, he actually even guessed the Meteor Trading Company's present predicament. Just what was this boy's head made out of? "I'm not hiding from Mr. Yi. Our Meteor Trading Company has indeed encountered an unprecedented dilemma. I know that this request is a little demanding, but your pill formulas are indeed very important to us right now." Zhao Qian suddenly opened her mouth and said, finished talking. Zhao Qian looked at Yi Yuan rather nervously, seemingly awaiting his sentencing. To Zhao Qian, this was still her first time being so obsequious to another person because of several Tier 5 pill formulas. Zhao Qian and Yi Yuan's collaboration was currently restricted to the ancient opulent city. Other places were not permitted to sell the medicinal pills Yi Yuan refined. Therefore, even though these medicinal pills earned massive amounts, it was only specific to the ancient opulent city area. To a Leviathan like the Meteor Trading Company, it did not have the slightest benefit at all. Yi Yuan looked at Zhao Qian and suddenly asked, "What's your relations?" plus P with Zhao Xingchen? Zhao Qian was stunned, immediately shaking her head, saying, Mr. Yi is worrying too much. How can Qianer possibly have any association with Lord Head Chairman? She said that verbally, but Zhao Qian was incomparably shocked in her heart. How did Yi Yuan, an ascender, know the head chairman's name? Could it be that Yi Yuan really had some relations? I plus P with the Meteor Trading Company? Zhao Xingchen, this name was not what the average martial artist could know. Even a Holy Land's Holy Lord might not have the qualifications to know this name. What made her even more astounded was that Yi Yuan actually guessed her relations. I plus P with Zhao Xingchen. Yi Yuan curled his mouth when he heard that and said, doesn't even have a bit of sincerity. Why did you guys still come and find me to discuss what cooperation? You also know that wanting the pill formulas is somewhat demanding. Then you better save your breath. As he said, Yi Yuan was about to leave. Zhao Qian panicked when she heard that and hurriedly said, wait a minute. Zhao Xingchen is my father. Yi Yuan did not reveal a surprised look, saying with a smile, the exalted head chairman's daughter would actually come to such a small holy land like Crimson Afterglow personally. I'm somewhat curious. What on earth happened to your Meteor Trading Company? Zhao Qian bit her lips and said, how do you know about my relations? I plus P with my father? Also, how did you know that our Meteor Trading Company encountered a dilemma? Yi Yuan said with a smile, isn't that simple? Even though you look exactly like a junior the entire time by Chairman Zhao's side, the eyes he looks at you with are not right. He seemingly need to seek your opinion for everything. As for your predicament, a place that the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company can send out an alchemy saint, but you guys actually can't even send out an alchemy saint. Isn't this still obvious? Furthermore, even if my pill formulas can earn a lot of money, they are just tier 5 pill formulas after all. To a rank 1 holy land like you all, it's actually not considered much. But the things that you guys showed are too disparate from your status. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Jiao Ting was unbelievably shocked at the sides. This boy's mind was also meticulous to actually perceive so many things from such little details. But Zhao Qian heaved a sigh and said, I knew that it can't hide from Mr. Yi. Hoo-hoo, I didn't know that Zhao Xingchen had such a pretty daughter. But with your status, why would you come to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, this sort of place? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Zhao Qian shot Yi Yuan a glare, but she still answered, the Meteor Trading Company encountered an unprecedented crisis. With no choice, the trading company dispatched elite forces to the various regions, wanting to turn the decline around. And my mission was the White Valiant region and the nearby few regions. I just arrived at the White Valiant region not long. Going to ancient opulent city was only to understand the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's various cities' situation a little, so as to find countermeasures. But I didn't think that I would happen to run into you. Yi Yuan frowned and said, such a huge crisis actually erupted in the Meteor Trading Company? Could something have happened to Zhao Xingchen? In Yi Yuan's impression, Zhao Xingchen was a very capable person. He established the Meteor Trading Company single-handedly and developed it to become a titan of the business world comparable to the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company. His methods could be imagined. Logically speaking, the Meteor Trading Company would not have such a large-scale defeat occur, unless some problems happened to the trading company's upper echelons. Father went missing. Zhao Qian said as a crystalline teardrop fell from the corners of her eye. What? Head chairman, he went missing? Zhao Qian's words were akin to a bolt out of the blue, stunning Jiao Ting dumbfounded directly. A rank 1 Holy Land's Holy Lord went missing. This implication was too great. Even if Zhao Qian had come to the White Valiant region for a very long time already, she had never told this matter to the various trading companies' officers in charge before. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said slowly, "So that's how it is. All right then, the pill formulas can be given to you, but I'll only give you all a single type of medicinal pills formula. Furthermore, I have a condition." "What condition?" "Not getting all of the pill formulas." Zhao Qian was somewhat disappointed. But even if there was only one type of medicinal pill, it was also sufficient to make her incredibly agitated. Releasing any one type among these medicinal pills would cause a tremendous impact to the scene of conventional medicinal pills. It could be said to be a one-time alchemy world's revolution. So even if it was only one type of pill formula, the profits were huge too. Zhao Qian did not expect that Yi Yuan actually agreed so straightforwardly. This medicinal pill is absolutely not permitted to be sold within the boundaries of a super holy land within 5 years. Otherwise, I'll likewise sell the pill formula to other trading companies. I think that they will be interested, Yi Yuan said coolly. Although the chances of Ji Kanglin recognizing was very small, Yi Yuan still had to guard against him. Of course, along with the Pa.S. Sing of Time, this kind of medicinal pills would eventually enter Ji Kanglin's field of vision. It was just that at that time, Yi Yuan should already have sufficient strength to protect himself. Of course, the prerequisite was that if Ji Kanglin was really able to connect it to him through these few types of medicinal pills. Zhao Qian was somewhat uncertain, but she still nodded her head and said, "Fine, I promise you. As for the price, we'll satisfy you." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "I don't want money. I want to buy some intel." Chapter 784, Heaven's Secret Tower. Chapter 784, Heaven's Secret Tower, some intel. Zhao Qian's brows furrowed slightly, and she gave Jiao Ting a look, signaling for him to withdraw. Although Jiao Ting's cultivation realm was high, at present, there was clearly no right for him to speak already. One had to know that even if Yi Yuan just sold one pill formula, that was absolutely a sky-high price too. But Yi Yuan did not want anything, and just wanted to buy some intel. It could be seen how valuable they were. A rank 1 Holy Land force like the Meteor Trading Company. Their branches could be found all over the divine realm. Information was naturally something they were very well informed of. Therefore, the scope they operated was not just things like medicinal pills and weapons, but it also included intel. And these intel, according to the difficulty of acquiring, the prices were naturally not the same either. Yi Yuan would rather not take the reward and inquire about information. It was definitely extremely valuable information. That's right. Furthermore, you have to swear a heavenly Tao oath to absolutely not divulge the matter of me inquiring about intel from you today. Yi Yuan said solemnly. Zhao Qian's expression was slightly apprehensive and knew that this medicinal pill was not easy to get. But Yi Yuan's medicinal pills were too important to the Meteor Trading Company. She did not hesitate much and swore a heavenly Tao oath very quickly. She then said to Yi Yuan, "Ask away. If it's information I know, I can answer you right now. If I don't know, you'll probably have to wait for a few days." Yi Yuan nodded his head and asked, "I want information about the Medicine King Hall. The more detailed, the better." Zhao Qian's gaze sharpened, and she could not help resizing Yi Yuan up. "What's your relations? I plus P with the Medicine King Hall? We're undergoing a transaction right now. It's me asking you questions, not you asking me. According to your rules, only answer questions, and not raise questions." Mentioning the Medicine King Hall, Yi Yuan's entire being became cold. Zhao Qian by the side actually felt a chill somewhat run down her spine. The Medicine King Hall was already a taboo in the divine realm. Ordinary people all kept a respectful distance away. Now, a puny little divine traversing realm was actually interested in the Medicine King Hall's information. This inevitably made Zhao Qian produce conjectures about Yi Yuan's ident. One Tai. But Yi Yuan's words reminded Zhao Qian that no matter how curious she was, she should not ask this kind of questions either. This violated a great taboo. If it were another person, they might even turn hostile on the spot, then propagate everywhere that the Meteor Trading Company did not adhere to the rules of the business. Zhao Qian recollected her thoughts and sucked in a deep breath, saying slowly, the Medicine King Hall had a dramatic change take place over 10 years ago. The Ji father and son both perished. Ji Xingyang's eldest disciple inherited the Medicine King Hall and became the new Hall Lord. Ever since then, the Medicine King Hall sealed off all information and chased all of the outside forces out of the Holy Land, practically sealing off themselves completely from the outside world. Yi Yuan frowned when he heard that and said, which is also to say that your Meteor Trading Company doesn't know about the Medicine King Hall's intel at all. Zhao Qian shook her head and said, you're also aware the Meteor Trading Company is just a rank one Holy Land. It's on an entirely different level from the Medicine King Hall. Such a colossal I-10 sealing off all information. We have no way of infiltrating inside at all. If you really wish to inquire about the Medicine King Hall's information, probably only the Heaven's Secret Tower has this ability. Now, in the entire divine realm, apart from the Heaven's Secret Tower, probably the Medicine King Hall is the most mysterious. Of course, regarding some side news about the Meteor Trading Company, we're still aware of them. Yi Yuan fell silent. Regarding these information that Zhao Qian told him, it was within his expectations, but it was also outside of his expectations. The thing within expectations was that the Meteor Trading Company was likely unable to inquire about some core information. The thing outside of expectations was that he did not know why Ji Kanglin wanted to seal off all information about the Holy Land. Ji Kanglin successfully usurping the throne should be precisely the time he was ill. Trius free and unfettered. But he lived a life isolated from the world. What medicine was he selling in his gourd? Talk about it. Yi Yuan suddenly said. Zhao Qian said. The Medicine King Hall's predecessor Hall Lord, Ji Zhengyang, and his son, Ji Qingyin, were both the pinnacle most peak alchemy emperor powerhouses in the current age. Quite a number of divine king experts in the divine realm all received their grace before. Among them included quite a number among the 10 great divine kings. After their father and son pair Pa-S set away, there were quite a number of divine king experts who all paid a visit wanting an explanation before. Legend has it that the spirit bristle divine king personally went to find the new Hall Lord, Ji Kanglin, but he turned back halfway. As for specific reasons, it was unknown. Second, after the Ji father and son Pa-S set away, Ji Kanglin did not exterminate everyone ruthlessly, but he let out a batch of people. It was said that these people were all people with close ties to the father and son pair. But after these people came out, they also vanished. Our trading company later attempted to find these people, but we did not find a single one. Of course, this is also because our Meteor Trading Company's strength is too weak. I believe if it's the Heaven's Secret Tower, they should be able to find. Third, 8 years ago, the Medicine King Hall once took action and annihilated several major factions. Naturally, the one thing which shocked the divine realm most of all was that they made a move and destroyed a quasi-super holy land, the Bloodrain Holy Land, slaughtering the Bloodrain Holy Land's divine king powerhouses clean, astounding the divine realm. After exterminating these major forces, the Medicine King Hall lowered their banners, and fled their drums, and they did not take action anymore again either. As for the reason they took action, the Medicine King Hall never had mentioned it. And, body dared to ask either. Yi Yuan's face revealed a solemn expression. Annihilating a quasi-super holy land with a wave of a hand, the Medicine King Hall's strength post-Ji Xingyang's era did not decrease, but it had increased instead. Yi Yuan truly could not imagine how Ji Kanglin did this. Looks like wanting to kill Ji Kanglin was even harder than imagined. Then, do you know what strength Ji Kanglin is at right now? Yi Yuan asked. Zhao Qian shook her head and said, people who have seen him take action before are all dead, but it can be certain that his present strength is definitely much stronger than in the past. Now, in the divine realm, there's a guess that Ji Kanglin's current strength is likely not beneath the 10 great divine kings already. 10 great divine kings was the divine realm's benchmark quality figure. These 10 great divine kings were not self-proclaimed, but given out by the divine realm's most mysterious power, the Heaven's Secret Tower. Back then, when they gave out this 10 great divine kings tea, the divine realm was filled with outrage and questioning voices. Many divine kings were unconvinced and went to find these 10 great divine kings to fight one-on-one. But the final result also affirmed the might of the Heaven's Secret Tower's information system, the positions of the 10 great divine kings. No one was able to shake them. Regardless of how formidable the opponent's strength was, they used countless victories to affirm the might of their own strength, and also verified the Heaven's Secret Tower's might. Not only did the Heaven's Secret Tower give out these 10 great divine kings tea, they even issued the 10 great divine kings power ranking. Of course, just who was strong or weak among these 10 great divine kings. And, Body knew it all. They had never competed openly among themselves before. And there was also Body who expressed refusal to concede to this ranking. Over the course of time, the reputation of the 10 great divine kings was gradually accepted by everyone in the divine realm. If Ji Kanglin's strength was already comparable to the 10 great divine kings, that was absolutely a very troublesome matter. This level of a powerhouse was on completely different levels from ordinary divine kings. Unless Yi Yuan could break through to the divine king realm, wanting to kill Ji Kanglin was absolutely out of the question. Chapter 785, Heaven's Destiny Auction. Chapter 785. Heaven's Destiny Auction. Due to there being no deity realm powerhouses, divine king experts were virtually the divine realm's apex existences. It was just that between divine kings and divine kings, there was similarly a huge disparity. Take the Spirit Bristle Divine King, for example. His strength was sufficient to instantly kill 4 or 5 ordinary divine kings. Even if he was besieged by numerous divine kings, he also had sufficient assurance to escape alive. Wanting to kill the 10 great divine kings was virtually a mission impossible to complete if Ji Kanglin's strength were really able to reach that sort of degree. The difficulty of Yi Yuan wanting to kill him would be too great. Ji Kanglin was not just his strength alone being formidable. Behind him even stood the entire Medicine King Hall. To be able to lock down the Medicine King Hall's news so thoroughly, Ji Kanglin's control over the Medicine King Hall had definitely reached a degree unimaginable by the average person already. After getting a second life, Yi Yuan had always been pleased with the progress of his own strength. But looking at it now, this vengeance did not seem to be easy to avenge. Putting aside other things, just talking about strength reaching the level of the 10 great divine kings, it was an extremely difficult thing. One had to know that these 10 great divine kings, each one of them grasped several supreme, true intents, while Yi Yuan only grasped one supreme, true intent right now. The disparity in between, this was not just a tiny bit. Talking about supreme, true intent was easy. To really comprehend was too difficult. The quasi-holy sun selection compet. In this time, those gathered were all 1 in 10,000 geniuses. But among them, apart from Yi Yuan, who else was able to comprehend a supreme true intent? Fine. If your meteor trading companies still have other information related to the Medicine King Hall, send them over to me. Additionally, help me keep an eye on the Medicine King Hall. Once there are any signs of disturbance, immediately notify me. I'll decide when to give you the other pill formulas according to your information. This is the Tier 5 Essence Restoring Pills pill formula. On it has the method to refine this medicinal pill. Take it, said Yi Yuan, and casually threw Zhao Qian a jade slip. Logically speaking, to be able to obtain Yi Yuan's other medicinal pills formulas, this should be something deserving to be happy about. But now, Zhao Qian felt that these pill formulas were somewhat scalding to the touch. If Mr. Yi wants to obtain the Medicine King Hall's accurate information, probably only finding the Heaven's Secret Tower will work. You also know that with our meteor trading company's strength, it's impossible to inquire very in-depth information, Zhao Qian said with a frown. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, "Haha, the Heaven's Secret Tower's origins were unclear to begin with. Furthermore, their strength is unfathomable. D knows if they have any relation with Ji Kanglin. If I really went to find them, I might be sold and not even know it. Zhao Xingqian's daughter. I can still trust." In the past, the Medicine King Hall had collaborations with the various major trading companies. Yi Yuan still quite trusted Zhao Xingqian's character. If he had to find a force to inquire for information, the Meteor Trading Company was clearly the most suitable. This was also the reason why he would find the Meteor Trading Company to collaborate. Zhao Qian, listening to a snot-nosed brat calling Zhao Xingqian over and over again, no matter what, it somewhat had the taste of behaving like a senior. Hesitating slightly for a bit, Zhao Qian still could not refrain from asking, "I wonder what kind of relations H.I.+P. Mr. Yi and father has?" Yi Yuan said with a smile, "When the time comes, you'll naturally know. But I didn't expect that Zhao Xingqian actually went missing. Looks like the divine realm has really entered a period of trouble." The current Zhao Qian was surprised and bewildered in her heart. She felt that the Yi Yuan in front of her seemingly became another person. But this Yi Yuan gave her tremendous pressure. Zhao Qian faintly felt like she grasped a little something, but it was just missing that tiny bit. That bit keep on slipping through her fingers. This sort of feeling made her go crazy. Yi Yuan returned to the residence, but the chambers were all deserted long ago already. Pei Wenxiang had returned to the Pei family to report the completion of his task. He would only come back tomorrow morning. The others had a youth's temperament in the end, strolling around the Holy Land's various places. There were only Tang Fan and Mu Yun, these two people, seemingly waiting for Yi Yuan to come back. Tang Fan obtaining Yi Yuan's guidance. Just in this 1 month, his strength already soared by leaps and bounds. In between this, he even went to Yi Yuan to compete several times. But each time, it was an utter defeat. Tang Fan's sword art had become faster, but it was still unable to touch Yi Yuan. The faster his sword art, the faster Yi Yuan's movement technique, seemingly forever, without limits. In this 1 month, the two people had a good teacher-student relations. H.I.+P. Of course, Mu Yun being able to enter the grand finals was entirely thanks to Yi Yuan's medicinal pill. His attitude towards Yi Yuan naturally went without saying too. Among these 6 people, the 3 of them walked the closest. "Yi Yuan, you finally came back. We've waited a long time for you." Mu Yun grumbled. Yi Yuan said curiously, "Waiting for me for what?" Mu Yun said rather excitedly, "We heard that the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company wants to hold an auction tonight. I heard that there are quite a few good stuff. Tang Fan and I plan to go take a look. Since there's nothing tonight, why don't you join in too?" An auction organized by the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's Crimson Afterglow branch. The level was naturally not what those cities at the lower levels could compare to. Having some good stuff during the auction was also normal, but with Yi Yuan's horizons, things able to make him interested were really not many. However, he looked at Tang Fan's and Mu Yun's antic 1p-ating expression. He felt bad about denying them invitation, so he agreed. All right, go experience it then. However, going to an auction, did you guys brought enough Earth Essence crystals on you? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Hey, you're also looking down on the two of us too much. Although we aren't as wealthy as you, we're absolutely not paupers either. Mu Yun said with a laugh. It was already late right now. By the time Yi Yuan trio arrived at the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company, there was already not much time remaining from the start of the auction. Arriving at the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company, only then did Yi Yuan suddenly recall something and could not help asking the two people. He said, You guys dragged me to this auction, but we don't have the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's invitation. How do we go in? The things being auctioned at the auction were normally all valued extremely highly. Without sufficient wealth, going in would only bend their backs. Those able to enter the auction were either wealthy or blee. It was naturally impossible for some random Tom, D-I-C-K, or Harry to go in. Tang Fan pulled out 3 jade plaques like pulling a magic trick, saying smugly, without adequate preparations, wouldn't coming over be losing face? Yi Yuan was slightly surprised too. It looked like these two brats had some skill. The Holy Land level was completely not what cities could compete with. They actually used just one afternoon's time to get 3 jade plaques. When the 3 people entered the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's auction venue, inside was already filled with people. Only now did Yi Yuan know that the jade plaques the 3 of them had could only sit at the most remote corner and could not help being speechless. Yo, isn't that the great genius, Yi? You guys actually came to the Heaven's Destiny auction too. Why is a great genius like you sitting in this out-of-the-way corner? Isn't it a loss of dignity? Yi Yuan trio had yet to take their seats when an extremely piercing voice sounded out at the side. Turning around to take a look, it was Wu Jianqing and Peng Yan, while beside Wu Jianqing, there was still a young man. Chapter 786, 3 Lives Stone. Chapter 786, 3 Lives Stone. N? Elder brother Jianqing. You know them? The young man frowned slightly and said, Jiantong, didn't you very much wanted to know who the sole divine traversing realm in this compet? 1 Tian is? It's him. Wu Jianqing said with a cold smile. The young man's eyebrows raised up, and he said disdainfully, I was wondering if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Turns out that it's also merely just like this. 8th level divine traversing realm. What can he accomplish reaching the grand finals? Looks like your Yi City's compet. 1 Time Zone truly has an body. Boy, I heard that you're very Kentucky hope that the compet. 1 Tie in this time, you and I don't run into each other. This young man called Wu Jianqing as his elder brother. He was probably a member of the Wu family, but his appearance was very arrogant. It was a manner as if he was number 1 under the heaven. P.I.S. Sing people off. Yi Yuan played it down and said, Is that so? I think so too. Hoo-hoo. Wu Jiantong's expression fell when he heard that and said with a cold smile, Looks like you still don't know who this young master is, right? A measly little 8th level divine traversing actually dares to utter this sort of big talk. Not afraid of your teeth falling out. Yi Yuan did not lack resources currently. With the support of medicinal pills, his cultivation speed was very quick. 1 month's time, Yi Yuan already broke through to the 8th level divine traversing. Wu Jiantong was very arrogant, but he had the capital to be arrogant too. His age was only around 20 plus years old, yet he already reached 9th level boundless. Don't know, and don't want to know either. Yi Yuan's manner actually did not attach importance to Wu Jianting in the slightest. Wu Jiantong was clearly someone arrogant at heart and haughty in manner. His temper flared up with a stroke. Brat, you have B-A-L-L-S. This compet. 1. Tian, you'll die very horrible. Elder brother Jianqing, let's go to the reserved box for honored guests. Let these be. You can squeeze in this corner. This place was the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's area. Wu Jiantong naturally had to give some face, and could not very well get into a fight. Box Novel Coem. After the 3 people left, Yi Yuan, Tang Fan, and Mu Yun took their seats. Tang Fan gave Yi Yuan a thumbs up and said, Brother Yi is indeed impressive to actually even think nothing of Wu Jiantong. Yi Yuan was curious too, as he said, Why? Is he famous? Mu Yun said with a smile, More than just famous. The Quasi-Holy Sun Selection Compet. 1. Tian this time, Wu Jiantong is a favorite contending for the champions. H.I. plus P second, only to Nail and Chew. Offending him, Brother Yi will probably have to be a little careful in the compet. 1. Tian this time. Only Brother Yi doesn't recognize him. If it were another person, they would probably have to take a detour around. Yi Yuan touched his nose and said smilingly, So impressive. Looks like I've offended someone I shouldn't offend. Mu Yin said speechlessly, Brother Ye's strength is outstanding, but it's best to be a little more careful still. The grand finals is a fierce struggle. Be slightly lacking in strength, and one will likely get eliminated. The Wu family is powerful. If any schemes surface, it might be detrimental to Brother Yi. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, Even if I don't provoke him, Wu Jianqing would probably think of ways to make him come and provoke me too. This selection compet. 1. Tian ultimately still depends on one's own strength. The 3 people were just speaking when a coquettish madam walked up to the stage and said in a clear voice, Appreciate everyone honoring with a visit coming to our Heaven's Destiny auction. This lowly self is Kai Yu. I believe that friends who frequently come to the Heaven's Destiny auctions won't be unacquainted with this lowly self. Enough talk, we'd better go into the main topic. Today's auction items have a total of 13 articles. I believe that everyone came today for that finale holy artifact at the end. As for what that holy artifact is, allow this lowly self to keep you guessing and leave it till the end to unveil. This Kai was clearly an auction veteran. Just a few simple words stirred up everyone's appetite. 1. Tes Fully. Holy artifact. This was something not often seen in rank 9 holy lands. One had to know that holy artifacts were things that Tao profound realm powerhouses used. Each item was worth a city. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was also immensely wealthy. That was why they would take this sort of thing out to auction off. I already heard rumors when I came this time. Didn't think that it's really a holy artifact. Big Sister Caillou, don't leave us hanging. Quickly tell us just what on earth this finale holy artifact is. Yeah, at most, accompany you to sleep later as compensation. Quickly tell us. Ha! No idea who quipped such a sentence either, making a series of loud laughter emit from beneath the stage. However, although this Caillou's age looked slightly older, she maintained her looks extremely well and even had a mature appeal that young girls could not compare to. With every movement, it would have a sieve charm to men. Those whose willpower were slightly weaker could not keep it under control at all. Caillou did not get angry when she heard it either. She said with a coquettish smile, If this lowly self dares to agree, I wonder if this hero dares to really sleep with this lowly self or not. With her smiling like this, beneath the stage actually became silent. No one dared to answer. Yi Yuan swept over everyone and could not help being puzzled. One had to admit that this madam was indeed extremely stirring. Why did everyone avoid her, like avoiding snakes or scorpions with a jest? Hey, this woman's looks aren't bad. Why does everyone all seem to be very afraid of her? Yi Yuan asked curiously. But after waiting a long time, those two kids did not respond. Turning his head to look, he saw that those two brats were already in a daze. Clearly, they had their souls hooked away by this madam already. Yi Yuan was helpless and reached his hand out to smack each of their heads. Only then did the two people startle awake. Ouch! Brother Yi, what did you hit me for? If I did not hit you guys, your divine souls would have ran away with her. Yi Yuan said huffily. The two people's face flushed red, but their eyes still kept glancing over at Caillou. The two brats are new here, right? This Caillou is a famous black widow who has already jinxed 7 husbands to death. Who dares to be intimate with her? Suddenly, a somber voice sounded out beside. Yi Yuan trio turned their heads over to look. They saw a black-robed man who wrapped himself up tightly. Looking from the outside, his S, EX, and strength could not be discerned at all. But in an auction, this kind of people was common too. Most did not wish to expose their ident. 1. Ties. Yi Yuan thought nothing of this too, but hearing this person's words, Tang Fan and Mu Yun were stricken with fear. Their gazes when looking at Caillou again were the same as the others. Such a woman, wouldn't whoever encounter her have to die? Caillou could not help sighing bitterly when she saw the situation and said, I knew that you men, not one are genuine and sincere. This sigh was truly dazzlingly charming, making quite a few people under the stage somewhat unable to endure. This Heaven's Destiny auction being so prosperous was probably not unrelated to this Caillou. Even if this woman could not be touched, having a look also made people lose their heads in ecstasy. All right, making me out to be a shrew. Let's better return back to business. Everyone, come take a look at today's first auction article. As she said, Caillou clapped her hands. A servant presented the first auction item. Caillou urged with her essence energy, removing the restrictions on the auction article, but it revealed a fist-sized rock. When Yi Yuan saw that stone, his gaze could not help turning intent. Clearly, he had already recognized the origins of this stone. But the others all had blank looks, no idea why the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company would bring such a lousy stone out to auction. Caillou said with a smile, Today's first auction article. Everyone might be a little foreign, but make sure not to look down on it. This rock is called 3 Lives Stone. It is a heaven and earth miraculous item. With it, it's practically having an additional life. Chapter 787. Sucker. Chapter 787. Sucker, 3 Lives Stone. It's actually the 3 Lives Stone of the legends. Someone suddenly exclaimed beneath the stage. Clearly, he had heard before the renown of the 3 Lives Stone. But this 3 Lives Stone was extremely rare. Therefore, they did not recognize it either. Caillou's words stirred up the atmosphere beneath the stage all at once. Having an additional life, this to all martial artists was a deadly temptation. Caillou smiled enchantingly and said, Looks like someone heard of 3 Lives Stone before. But I think that the majority of the people might still be more foreign to it. 3 Lives Stone isn't a medicinal pill, but it's more impressive than most miracle elixirs. Martial artists only have to refine it and fuse it into their bodies. When they reach a state of impending death, it will activate on its own and can let you recover to your peak state within 10 breaths of time. It is definitely a superb item to preserve one's life. The moment these words came out, the crowd burst into an uproar. This kind of function could simply be hailed as heaven-defying. Caillou, what's the base price of this 3 live stone? I must buy it. Someone was already too anxious to wait beneath the stage. Such a heaven-defying item naturally aroused quite a few people's covetous eyes. Quite a few people were already itching to give it a go, wanting to bid for this 3 live stone. Caillou saw that the fire was almost there before slowly opening her mouth and saying, "The first auction article, 3 live stone. The starting auction price is 10 million earth essence crystals. Each increase in price mustn't be less than 1 million. 20 million earth essence crystals. 25 million earth essence crystals. 30 million earth essence crystals." The moment Caillou's voice faded, the price of the 3 live stone was directly raised by 20 million earth essence crystals. Spending 30 million to buy a life, they felt that it was too cheap. Except Yi Yuan, Tang Fan, and Mu Yun were unbelievably moved. 31 million earth essence crystals. Tang Fan could not resist shouting too, but his yell was Serpa, said by people very soon. An increase in price by 1 million seemed to be entirely too inferior to show in public at this time. Yi Yuan could not help rolling his eyes and said, "Don't increase the price anymore. This 3 live stone is already at a premium. There's no need to keep increasing it. Such a small piece of 3 live stone. At most, it's also just worth 20 million earth essence crystals." Tang Fan said in surprise, "This thing can give an additional life. 30 million earth essence crystals aren't considered a lot, right?" Muyan had a curious look too. He was also very impulsive towards this 3 live stone. But this price was raised a little high at all once. He could not quite endure it either. Hearing Yi Yuan say so, he could not help becoming very curious. Yi Yuan was just about to speak when a voice suddenly shouted out from inside an honored guest room upstairs. 60 million earth essence crystals. With this shout, everyone all sucked in a cold breath. No one else opened their mouths again. Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard this yell and immediately revealed a hint of a strange smile. 60 million once. 60 million twice. 60 million thrice. Deal. Congratulations to the guest in the Sky Character number 2 room for obtaining this 3 live stone. Following Caillou's moving voice sounding out, this 3 live stone's owners. HI plus P was settled too. A high price of 60 million already Serpa said the mental expectations of most people. Though this thing was good, quite a number of people had their own objectives for coming here. Spending too much money on other things, it would naturally be insufficient for what they set their minds on. Only genuinely wealthy people would not care about this price of 60 million earth essence crystals. But the Sky Character Room guests were basically all either wealthy or blee. Otherwise, it was also impossible to enter the distinguished guest box rooms. Not only was this distinguished guest box room very private, but it was also very comfortable too. All sort of services was also very on point. Ordinary people could not go in at all. Brother Yi, looking at your appearance, seems like they suffered a loss buying these earth essence crystals. Muyan said curiously. Yi Yuan said with a laugh, more than just suffered a loss, it suffered a huge loss. Although the 3 live stone is miraculous, it's not a heaven-defying object either. The size of a 3 live stone determines the strength of its effect. This fist-sized 3 live stone only has 70% effect on boundless realm martial artists. To heaven enlightenment realm martial artists, the effects would be even weaker. That Caillou deliberately concealed some things. Clearly, she wanted to let people be deceived on account of their generosity. Either way, the effects of this thing can't be discerned until a life and death juncture anyway. If a divine traversing realm used it, it was still okay, If it were a boundless realm, it would be of little value. But it's likely that the possibility of the people inside that Sky Character number 2 room being divine traversing realms is very small. This auction, there were barely any divine traversing realms in the first place. Only a divine traversing realm like Yi Yuan would enter here. The others, even if they were large family clans juniors, they all did not have the qualifications to enter here. Therefore, the person who spent 60 million to buy this 3 live stone was definitely a sucker. Furthermore, this sucker was even somewhat foolish. Tang Fan and Mu Yun could not help exchanging glances, and could not help being very sympathetic towards that sucker in the Sky Character number 2 room. Inside the Sky Character No. 2 room, Wu Jiantong was currently being pleased with himself. There's actually such a good thing like the 3 live stone. A major trading firm, like the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company, indeed has some skill. This young master acquiring this thing, I can act recklessly without any qualms in the future when facing enemies. These 60 million Earth Essence crystals are well spent. Congratulations to Brother Jiantong. Didn't expect that this first auction article is such a heaven-defying item. Looks like tonight we'll have quite a number of good stuff. Peng, Yin said fawningly. This one afternoon's time, Peng Yin already became acquainted with Wu Jiantong from messing around and became like a little lackey. Wu Jianqing's pugilistic experiences were much more consummate and kept feeling that something was not right, but could not pinpoint it in a short time either. Furthermore, Wu Jiantong's status in the family clan was much higher than him. Therefore, it was difficult for him to comment on anything as well. Next, we invite the second auction article. Yi Yuan had been observing beneath the stage the entire time. This Kaiyu was indeed an expert. Practically each auction item, she could maximize the profits. 3 to 4 auction items being bid down, Yi Yuan discovered that the price of each article were all above its actual value. Of course, auction this kind of thing, what it observed was judgment. People without good judgment would tend to buy at a price higher than the auction item's price in itself. But these front few items did not have much use to Yi Yuan. Therefore, he did not have the intention of making a move either. With Yi Yuan's horizons, the things auctioned in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, there were really very few able to enter his arcane sights. Hence, his primary goal of coming today was actually just to accompany Tang Fan, the 2 of them. Regarding this sort of auction, Yi Yuan had partic 1p aided many times during his previous life. He was basically very familiar with it. Hiking up prices in an auction was very sagacious and not just casually shouting prices. People who genuinely understood the business all had a psychological price towards each auction article. Once the price hiked up over too much, they would definitely give up. Therefore, this tested the auction house's ability. The base price must be moderate, making the final transaction price hiked up over slightly, yet it was also not to an extent where it broke through the limits of the bidder's psychological price. Every single thing must be precise. One could say that the entire auction was a process of scheming and outwitting. It would depend on who grasped it more accurately. Right now, at this auction venue, there were clearly some people who knew the business, but were no match for the many local tyke. ONS. Therefore, several auction items being bid down, there was quite a number which were at a premium by a wide margin. Chapter 788, Black Metal Lump. Chapter 788, Black Metal Lump. It looked bustling, but everyone actually had a score in their hearts. Everyone coming over tonight, quite a number of them, was aiming at that finale holy artifact. Organizing an auction, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company would naturally leak out some news. The auctioning of a holy artifact would naturally draw many people to surround and spectate. Therefore, the final great battle tonight was still concerning that holy artifact. As long as that holy artifact was not some trash good, the final auction article would definitely be an intense seizing battle. These auction goods previously were at most considered appetizers before the meal, all the way until the 8th auction article ended. Yi Yuan did not even make a move to bid for a single item. But Mu Yun took fancy on an item. Under Yi Yuan's guidance, he finally succeeded in the bidding. What Mu Yun took fancy upon was a quasi-tier 9 martial technique. This was also considered pretty good stuff in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. It was just that this quasi-tier 9 martial technique was something that was not indispensable to the Holy Land's major family clans. Therefore, the bidding was naturally not that intense too. Under Yi Yuan's guidance, Mu Yun finally closed the deal with 10 million Earth Essence crystals as the price. And when announcing the closing of the deal, some helplessness was concealed in the depths of Kai Yu's eyes. Clearly, she was very unhappy with this price. Next, we're starting the bidding for tonight's 9th auction item. Talking about this auction item, truthfully speaking, our Heaven's Destiny Trading Company actually doesn't know its usage too, but we invited many appraisal masters who all ascertained before that this black metal lump is absolutely no commonplace good. For this black metal lump, we've specially invited Master Mu Yuanfei to appraise before. The final verdict he gave was that it was very likely to be a kind of very high-ranking artifact refining material. Of course, as for how the specifics functions are, it will probably be up to everybody to fumble yourselves. This black metal lump's base auction price is 1 million. Each price increase is not to be lesser than 100,000. Auction starts. Kai Yu finished introducing. Quite a number of people already lost interest in this S.H.I. plus New York black metal chunk. Even the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company could not figure out this metal lump's use, let alone other people. As for saying that it was an artifact refining material, D knows if it could really be of use or not. Therefore, when Kai Yu's voice faded, it actually became somewhat silent for a moment. Kai Yu swept a glance around the venue and could not help revealing a hint of a disappointed expression. Looks like this auction item would likely have to be set on, but this was also something within expectations. This black metal chunk, they tested many methods, but could not figure out its use. 1 million. Just as everyone all felt that it was going to be set over, suddenly someone shouted a price. Everyone followed the voice and looked over. It was actually a divine traversing realm youth. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Even Tang Fan and Mu Yun were both rather surprised. Yi Yuan showed no interest the entire night, but actually became interested in an unknown item. Kai Yu revealed an unexpected look of joy. She clearly did not think that there was really someone who offered a price. This little brother offers 1 million. Is there still any higher than him? Kai Yu surveyed the surroundings, hoping for another contender to appear. 2 million. Right at this time, a shout actually came from upstairs. It was precisely the Sky Character number 2 room's Wu Jiantong who increased the price. Furthermore, this increase raised it by 900,000. The Sky Character number 2 room's guest offers 2 million. Is there still any higher than him? Kai Yu was faintly quite excited. 1 million. Yi Yuan faintly shot a glance upstairs, his eyes not even blinking as he added the price. That fellow upstairs was absolutely here to make trouble. No need to guess. And he also knew who that Sky Character number 2 room's sucker was. The privacy upstairs was very good. The people downstairs were not aware of who was upstairs. But the guests upstairs could see the situation below clearly. When Wu Jiantong saw that it was actually Yi Yuan yelling out the price, he could not resist playing a prank. 3 million. Wu Jiantong yelled. Ha ha, that guy is definitely a penniless pauper. Saw a cheap item and want to pick up a bargain. I deliberately won't go according to his wishes. Yelling out the price, Wu Jiantong said to Wu Jianqing duo smugly. Ho-ho, the prices of the goods at the front were all frighteningly high. Just this one is a little cheap. Looks like he really wanted to pick something up at a low price. Brother Wu is truly brilliant. Peng Yin gave a thumbs up and said, 1 million. Yi Yuan still yelled calmly, 4 million. 1 million. 10 million. Every time Wu Jiantong increased the price, Yi Yuan would add 100,000 nonchalantly. It was as if an old well without ripples. But this time, Yi Yuan stopped. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect that a chunk of SCR, a P metal, actually reached 10 million Earth essence crystals. Very clearly, that one upstairs was intentionally raising prices to repulse Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had an indifferent look prior to this. Everyone even thought that he was a sucker. But he suddenly stopped, plus-ing that one upstairs to the edge of the cliff. This guy wouldn't have guessed something and deliberately raised prices with us, right? Wu Jianqing said with a frown. Wu Jiantong did not speak, but his expression was not too good either. He was just deliberately baiting Yi Yuan and did not think about buying this lousy thing before at all. Who knew that he didn't get to bait Yi Yuan? He was baited himself. 10 million once. Caillou saw that Yi Yuan did not react the entire time and could not help being a little disappointed. 10 million twice. Wu Jiantong's expression was incomparably ugly. His primary goal this time was also the holy artifact. But in order to buy the 3 live stone previously, the expenditure was somewhat over budget. A figure of 10 million was not considered much to him, but buying a chunk of SCR, a P-metal back, people would die of laughter. Furthermore, an amount of 10 million might be able to play a critical role in the final resting battle. Although Wu Jiantong's status was high, the credit he could utilize was limited too. It was not possible to draw credit limitless. 10 million 1 million. At the final juncture, Yi Yuan's voice actually sounded out once more. This time, his voice was clearly somewhat hesitant. Ha ha ha. Like I said, this penniless pauper can't even take out 10 million, and he actually dares to come to an auction like this. Wu Jiantong let out a burst of laughter. On the one hand, it was discerning Yi Yuan's limit. On the other hand, it was to cover up his awkwardness from before. Jiantong, our goal today is that holy artifact. Better don't stir up unnecessary trouble anymore. Wu Jianqing reminded. Wu Jiantong nodded his head and also backed down along with that. Based on his estimation, Yi Yuan's limits was also just this much. Raise the price anymore, and that lump of SCR, a P-metal, would probably be his. 1 million once. 1 million twice. 1 million thrice. Deal. Congratulations to this little brother for obtaining the 9th auction item. Caillou's voice carried some pleasant surprise too. She completely never thought that this thing that had concerns about being said over previously would actually be offered a high price of 10 million. This was truly an unexpected surprise. Yi Yuan was naturally slightly depressed in his heart too. He originally thought that he could spend 1 million to pick up a good thing cheap. He didn't expect Wu Jiantong, that fellow, to actually cut in rudely, making him spend 9 million more for no reason. Chapter 789. Felt like a lifetime had said. Chapter 789. Felt like a lifetime had said. Brother Yi, could it be that this lousy metal lump has any extraordinary aspects? Tang Fan asked somewhat curiously. through a period of time of living together, they were all aware of Yi Yuan's prudent character. If this metal lump was really without a single redeeming feature, it was absolutely impossible for Yi Yuan to spend 10 million Earth Essence crystals to buy it. Of course, to the current Yi Yuan, 10 million was actually not considered much. These few months that the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion opened for business, he already earned close to 100 million Earth Essence crystals. Earlier, he deliberately feigned a hesitant appearance in order to make Wu Jiantong not dare to increase prices. 10 million, this was also the price that Yi Yuan estimated before. Too little, Wu Jiantong definitely would not fall for it. This metal lump, Yi Yuan was determined to get it. Even though he spent 10 million Earth Essence crystals, Yi Yuan felt that it was very worth it. Very worth it. These auction articles would all release the restrictions when auctioning. Guests could use divine sense and eyes to inspect the auction goods. Yi Yuan used divine sense to sweep over this black metal lump earlier, and actually discovered that the golden characters in his sea of consciousness had strange activities. This discovery made Yi Yuan endlessly amazed in his heart. Ever since after Yi Yuan acquired these golden characters, he had no way of mobilizing them all along. Although he continuously attempted to comprehend these golden characters, the progress was very slow. Like today, the golden characters automatically having strange activities appear. It was still Yi Yuan's first time encountering. He even thought that no one would a chunk of SCR, a P meddle with him beforehand. He didn't expect that this Wu Jiantong actually made him spend additional 9 million Earth Essence crystals. This debt, Yi Yuan silently noted it down too. Seeing Tang Fan inquire, Yi Yuan just smiled faintly and said, "I'm currently collecting some materials recently. Since even Master Mu Yuanfei said that this metal lump is an excellent material, I naturally have to bid for it." The golden characters were of grave importance. Yi Yuan obviously would not easily divulge it. Hence, he found a reason to dodge it a little. Fortunately, this Mu Yuanfei's fame was too strong. His words, there were naturally very few people who would doubt. The auction subsequently, Yi Yuan's interest somewhat waned. These things being auctioned were all pretty good, but he held them in complete contempt. He only wanted the auction to end as soon as possible to properly study this black metal lump. Finally, the front 12 articles all found a buyer, entering the auction of the final finale auction article. Everyone all perked their spirits up fully. Today's auction also entered the final climax. Reaching this finale auction article, Caillou's entire person roused herself because of it, giving people a feeling of radiating spirit. I know that among all the guests, there are quite a number of people all aiming at tonight's finale holy artifact. Caillou, can take responsibility and tell everybody, and this holy artifact absolutely won't disappoint you all. Actually, when Caillou got to know this holy artifact's origins, I felt very honored to be able to host this auction tonight. Not talking any more nonsense, let us invite the last finale auction article of tonight. When Caillou was introducing this auction item, the coquettish air on her face actually vanished without a trace. Her entire person became solemn for it, becoming like a different person from her appearance before. This made Yi Yuan unwittingly became somewhat curious too. Just what kind of holy artifact could actually make a beautiful, coquettish madam underwent such a big transformation? And Caillou's introduction likewise whetted up everyone's appetite. One, 'tes fully. The closer it approached this finale holy artifact, the more nervous everyone's emotions became. Under everyone's stares, a slim and graceful longsword was presented onto the stage. Everyone sized up this longsword with curious faces. The restrictions had yet to be removed. They did not know what incredible aspects this longsword had too. but hearing the meaning in Caillou's words, this longsword seemed to be a big deal. TSK, TSK. Although this longsword's restrictions haven't been removed yet, it looks very impressive. Muyan said, Brother Yi, do you think that the power will augment or not when displaying the quicksword art if I bid this longsword down? Brother Yi? Tang Fan's words did not get Yi Yuan's reply, and he could not help turning his head to look at Yi Yuan. He saw Yi Yuan's gaze staring fixedly at that long sword, his entire person as if having an immobilizing spell being cast, completely still. Brother Yi? What's with you? Tang Fan nudged Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan abruptly startled awake before discovering his loss of composure and could not help forcing a smile as he said, It's my first time seeing a holy artifact. A little agitated. Ho. It was still Tang Fan and Mu Yun's first time seeing Yi Yuan lose composure like so. Although they did not quite believe Yi Yuan's words, it was not appropriate for them to comment much either. Right at this time, the restrictions on the long sword was released. A powerful sword chi instantly engulfed the entire auction venue. What a fierce and sharp sword chi. Is this the might of a holy artifact? This sword is simply too incredible. No matter how high a price I expend, I must buy it. Haha, this holy artifact is indeed extraordinary. No wonder the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company would regard it so highly. And, Body is deploying the longsword, and it can actually emit such a powerful sword intent on its own. Indeed impressive. Waves of exclamations echoed throughout the auction venue. Very clearly, the moment this longsword came onto the stage, it amazed everyone. Each and every one of them was already itching to have a go, preparing their wallets, planning to bid for this sword. Caillou smiled slightly and said, Looks like everyone is very satisfied with this sword. But hold your horses, everybody. Allow Caillou to introduce this sword's origins first. Caillou paused for a bit, extended her exquisite fingers, and lightly caressed the sword body. Her eyes filled with a revering look. This sword's name is called Star Moon Sword. I think that everyone is very foreign to its name, but you all should be very familiar with the name of its owner. The name of its owner is called Qing Yun Zi. Caillou said slowly, Qing Yun Zi. It's that youngest peak alchemy Emperor Qing Yun Zi. This is actually his personal sword that he had always had with him every single day. It's his equipped sword. Everyone beneath the stage sucked in a cold breath. It was true that this name was too resounding in the divine realm, even in such a remote white valiant region, toward Qing Yun Zi's great fame. It pierced the ears like thunder too. They never would have thought that this sword was actually Qing Yun Zi's equipped sword. Hearing this name, Yi Yuan's entire body could not refrain from shuddering, all sorts of emotions jumbled up in his heart. He could not say what kind of a feeling it was either. When he saw the Star Moon Sword at first glance, that sort of familiar feeling welled up in his heart. This sort of feeling felt like a lifetime, had Pa S. said. Yi Yuan never would have dreamed that he could meet his previous life's equipped sword here. Although he was not proficient in martial strength, this Star Moon Sword followed him for many years. The feelings were immensely deep. Seeing the Star Moon Sword again, how could Yi Yuan not be agitated? This divine realm, apart from him, who else dares to self-proclaim Qing Yun Zi these 3 words? That's right, this Star Moon Sword was precisely Qing Yun Zi's equipped sword. This sword was formerly a top-tier holy artifact, but after Lord Qing Yun Zi perished, this sword Pa S, said through several hands, and already lost its initial keen edge. The top-level array formation inscribed on the Star Moon Sword is severely damaged. The sword body was also befouled. The current Star Moon Sword is already just a low-grade holy artifact, Caillou said and lamented. Chapter 790, Verifying Capital. Chapter 790, Verifying capital. Although Lord Qinyanzi was not adept at martial strength, his equipped sword is naturally not an ordinary item too. This Star Moon sword had once accompanied by Lord Qinyanzi's side. Lord Qinyanzi exceptionally liked it too. At present, although it's severely damaged, it's still a sharp weapon. If one can invite a top-tier artifact refining master, he should be able to let this sword recover to its peak state. Caillou introduced slowly. One could tell that Caillou wars. H.I. plus Ped Qinyanzi greatly. In truth, Ji Qingyun had countless fans in the divine realm. Yang Wenmiao's level of support was not worth mentioning at all in front of Ji Qingyun. His accomplishments back then had indeed stunned an era. All right, not saying any more. I believe that Qinyanzi, this name is already sufficient to ill. U.S. trade everything. This Star Moon sword's base price is 300 million. Each increase in price is not to be lower than 10 million. Auctioning starts now. Caillou said. The moment the words were uttered, the group of guests all drew a cold breath. Although the price of a low-grade holy artifact was high, 300 million Earth Essence crystals was truly a little preposterous. Normal low-grade holy artifacts, the price was between 100 to 300 million. But for this Star Moon sword, 300 million was merely just the base price. Once it drove up, it at least had to increase another 100 million too. This base price already said the mental expectations of many people. 310 million. The moment Caillou's voice faded, there was immediately someone who shouted a price. Only adding 10 million for Alchemy Emperor Qinyanzi's sword. I offer 400 million. The one who voiced out this time was actually the Sky character number 2 room. Who could it be if not Wu Jiantong? This increase was 90 million. Hearing this price, everyone could not help falling silent once more. They clearly did not expect that the price would be raised so quickly. 420 million. The silences did not last very long, but the one who increased the price this time was the Sky character No. 1 room. Yi Yuan already recollected his emotions at this time and could not help becoming rather curious about this Sky character number 1 room. Just now, the hiking of price this time, it was the person in the Sky character number 1 room, first time speaking tonight. 450 million. 460 million. Sky character number 1 room joined in the fight. The Star Moon sword's price rose up very quickly, reaching 500 million very soon. But after reaching 500 million, the two people's price shouting speed clearly slowed down. This price was already getting closer and closer to the two people's psychological price level. 510 million. After being silent for a short while, Wu Jiantong shouted. Wu Jiantong shouting this price, the Sky character number 1 room fell silent too. Clearly, they were hesitating. 600 million. Right at the moment Sky character number 1 room was silent, someone actually shouted out a high price of 600 million directly downstairs. Everyone looked over where the voice came from and could not help being astonished. The one who shouted the high price of 600 million was none other than precisely that divine traversing realm youth who spent 10 million to buy a metal SCR AP previously. 600 million. This little brother shouted out 600 million. Is there still any higher than him? Caillou said agitatedly. D.A.M. Ennet. This punk must be deliberate. After the selection compat. This time, I'll definitely make him die very horribly. Inside the Sky character number 2 room's compartment room, Wu Jiantong was currently in a thundering rage right now. His psychological price level was just around 550 million. The credit limit that the family clan gave him this time was also just 650 million Earth Essence crystals. Previously, he already spent 60 million. Now, Yi Yuan raising it to 600 million directly made him very hard to bear it. With Wu Jiantong's status, normally he naturally could S quite a number of earth essence crystals. But making him utilize his own private savings for one auction was clearly what he could not accept. Wu Jianqing consoled when he saw the situation. This Star Moon sword is indeed above its money's worth. There is still potential to advance, exceeding some earth essence crystals. I believe the family clan won't say anything. Wu Jiantong's expression was livid with rage as he said, I know, but I can't swallow this insult. This punk must have guessed that it was me. I scammed him 9 million. He scammed me 90 million. Right at this time, Caillou's voice sounded out. 600 million once. 600 million twice. 610 million. Wu Jiantong shouted. 610 million. Sky character number 2 rooms, guest offers 610 million. Is there still any higher? Caillou's beautiful eyes were hopeful, but looked at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled slightly, but his mouth spoke coolly. 700 million. 700 million. This brother offers 700 million. Slap. Sky character number 2 room. A cup was smashed into pieces. This punk, simply bullying others too far. Wanna play, is it? I want to see when you can play, until Wu Jiantong said with unbounded rage. 750 million. 750 million. Sky character number 2 room offers 750 million. This price already far said the expectations previously. Caillou's excited voice was even somewhat trembling. Your father will throw in all of my private savings. See if you can still afford to play. Or not. Wu Jiantong said with a cold laugh. But his voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan's voice sounded out once more, just like when bidding for that black metal lump previously. 1 billion. The 2 words reverberated lightly in the auction venue. Everyone was stunned. Same as Wu Jiantong's thinking. Everyone also thought that Yi Yuan was taking revenge this time. But Yi Yuan raising the price to 1 billion all at once was something that everyone did not expect from start to end. Caillou did not react for a moment and actually froze on the stage. 1 billion. This little brother increased it to 1 billion. Caillou reacted very quickly, the pitch of her voice getting increasingly higher. The last 2 words, she practically screamed it out. No one would have thought that this Star Moon sword was actually raised to a high price of 1 billion. Wu Jiantong was stunned too. He did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually play so big. 1 billion? Is there still any higher? 1 billion once. 1 billion twice. Wait a minute. Right as Caillou was about to bang the hammer and decide the price, someone suddenly interrupted beneath the stage. Everyone looked over towards where the voice came from, but saw Wu Jiantong already came downstairs since goodness knows when. Caillou clearly recognized Wu Jiantong. She smiled sweetly when she heard that and said, I wonder what advice young Master Wu has. Wu Jiantong shot a glance in Yi Yuan's direction disdainfully and said with a cold smile, Caillou, a divine traversing realm brat, actually shouted out a high price of 1 billion. Don't you all have any suspicions at all? I think that this boy simply came in to fill up the vacancies. I want to request a verification of capital. If he has 1 billion earth essence crystals, little lord, I will pluck my head off for him to kick like a ball. Indeed, don't look at how each and every one of them shouted gleefully in this auction venue. Those able to take out 1 billion earth essence crystals could absolutely be counted on one's fingers. Forget about a measly little divine traversing realm. Even phaseless realm martial artists might not be able to take out this many earth essence crystals either. 1 billion earth essence crystals were roughly equivalent to a phaseless realm martial artist's entire net worth. Furthermore, This was still a minority of phaseless realm martial artists. Therefore, when it raised to 500 million previously, the vast majority of the people all lowered their banners and silenced the drums already. Though holy artifacts were good, to throw in their entire net worth, it was somewhat not worth it. Caillou was also agitated for a moment earlier and actually forgot about this. Now, hearing Wu Jiantong mention it, she involuntarily started to have suspicions too. Apologies, little brother. In order to guarantee everyone's interests, we still have to verify your sets. Chapter 791. Old partner, long time no see. Chapter 791. Old partner, long time no see. Caillou said those words very gently, but in her voice had the hint of not tolerating refusal. Looking at Yi Yuan's appearance, it did not seem like he could take out 1 billion Earth Essence crystals, no matter what. If Yi Yuan dared to fool the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company, then his outcome would undoubtedly be very miserable. Currently, there were already 2 late-stage Heaven Enlightenment realm martial artists who came to Yi Yuan's side. As long as Yi Yuan dared to say a word of refusal, they were probably going to take action. Yi Yuan raised his head and looked at Caillou, saying cooperatively out of everyone's expectations, "All right, no problem." Looking at Yi Yuan enter the backstage, Wu Jiantong was very pleased with himself in his heart. Humph! Let you feign ignorance, letting the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company take care of you. This fellow saves this little lord the trouble. Box Novel Co. M. 2 martial artists escorted Yi Yuan into a hidden chamber, but they did not follow in, while Caillou was already inside the hidden chamber, since who knows when. In the entire hidden chamber, there was only Yi Yuan and Caillou. Seeing Yi Yuan enter, Caillou came in front of Yi Yuan, swaying her slender waist. Her eyes carried a smile as she said, "Little brother, it's not that our Heaven's Destiny Trading Company doesn't trust you, but you also know it's very hard for a cultivation realm such as yours to take out so many Earth Essence crystals. Us doing this is also just for the sake of ensuring that the auction runs smooth. Hope that little brother doesn't mind." With a delicate fragrance pervading the air, a smile akin to a flower plus a magnetic voice, Caillou's seduction power absolutely made people's blood flow speed up. Inside, the entire hidden chamber was filled with a kind of ambiguous atmosphere. Caillou, this sort of mature madame's lingering charm, was really not what the average person could withstand. But Yi Yuan smiled faintly when he saw the situation and said, "Elder sister, don't have to cast this bewitching art already. Honestly telling elder sister, I really can't take out so many Earth Essence crystals." The previous moment, Caillou was still amazed that Yi Yuan was actually able to maintain composure under her seduction. A moment later, her expression became very ugly. Indeed, let Wu Jiantong hit the mark. This brat did not have the Earth Essence crystals at all. "Little brother, do you know what kind of outcome playing tricks with my Heaven's Destiny Trading Company will be?" Caillou still had the appearance of a flower-like smile, but her tone gradually became cold. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Elder sister Caillou, calm down. Truthfully speaking, encountering the Star Moon Sword is also outside of my expectations. But no matter what, I have to obtain the Star Moon Sword too. This 1 billion Earth Essence crystals, just take it as me loaning from the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company." "Loan? Hoo-hoo, little brother really knows how to crack jokes. Could it be that you take our Heaven's Destiny Trading Company to be a charity foundation? Since little brother can't take out the Earth Essence crystals, then don't blame elder sister for not being courteous." Caillou still had that sweet expression, but the killing intent in her words was already not concealed in the slightest. But Yi Yuan did not care a whit. He waved his hand and said, smilingly, "Elder sister, don't get so agitated. This thing, I wonder if it's worth 1 billion or not." What thing can be worth one gold token? Why would you have a gold token? Kai Yu had a laid-back appearance, but when she saw Yi Yuan take out the gold token, her expression immediately changed. Oh, the last time Ancient Opulent Cities Zwa Xian delivered it to me. I said that I don't want it, but he made me keep it. I thought that this thing is very valuable. Turns out that that fellow was bluffing me. No, no, no. He didn't bluff you. This token is very valuable. No, no, no. The value of a gold token is simply unable to be measured using Earth essence crystals. Caillou said with somewhat incoherent speech. She looked over the gold token in her hand, repeated, confirming that this was genuine beyond doubt. The shock in her heart could be imagined. The headquarters, actually BIPA S, said them and directly issued a gold token to this youth before her eyes. It could be seen how highly the headquarters regarded this youth. Like this, huh? It's good that Elder Sister says that this thing is valuable. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to do today. Hoo-hoo, since it's like this, then can this Star Moon sword belong to me already? 1 billion Earth Essence crystals. I'll write an IOU for you, Yi Yuan said. Seeing Caillou return to the stage alone, a hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Wu Jiantong's mouth. Ha ha! I knew that that punk was pretending. With this, he threw himself into trouble, right? A country bee, kin, who hasn't seen the world before. He probably still doesn't know how terrifying the Heavens Destiny Trading Company is, right? By the side, Wu Jianqing and Peng Yan were also wildly elated when they saw this kind of situation. The two of them could be said to hate Yi Yuan to the bones. This time, Yi Yuan courting death himself and offending the Heavens Destiny Trading Company. It was truly most gratifying. Right now, Caillou, already recovered to that charming and moving appearance, standing on the stage, still took people's breath away. Made everyone wait for long. Really sorry about it. Let's continue the auction. I wonder if there is still anyone offering a higher price for this Star Moon sword. If there isn't, it will belong to young Master Yi. Additionally, from today onwards, young Master Yi will be my Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's honored guest. If any mishap happens to him in the Holy Land, our Heaven's Destiny Trading Company will definitely pursue it to the end. Caillou's words made everyone stunned. A man's wealth was his own ruin by causing others greed. Caillou's words were warning those people with devious ideas to not think about killing people to seize treasures, this sort of thing. Of course, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company warning was still very fearsome. Wu Jiantong's expression changed, and he shouted, Caillou, what's going on here? Don't tell me that that brat really has 1 billion Earth Essence crystals. Caillou smiled at Wu Jiantong and said, young Master Yi indeed has 1 billion Earth Essence crystals on his, without any problem at all. If young Master Wu has set your mind on the Star Moon sword, you can carry on bidding. I'll invite young Master Yi out again. But young Master Yi said to me earlier that this Star Moon sword, he's determined to get it. Even if it's 2 billion, he'll accompany right till the end. Wu Jiantong's expression became extremely ugly. His face had a fiery hot feeling. He thought that Yi Yuan was someone who had not seen the world. He didn't expect that Yi Yuan was really wealthy. 2 billion. TSK. These words were said domineeringly. Even their family clan's phaseless realm elders also did not dare say to be able to take out 2 billion Earth Essence crystals casually. A puny little divine traversing realm was actually able to take out such an astronomical figure of Earth Essence crystals. Too scary. Let's go. At this auction venue, they were all people with statuses. How could Wu Jiantong still have the face to stay on? He doubted that Yi Yuan did not have money. The result was that Yi Yuan was richer than himself. Hang on. Young Master Wu bought the 3 Lives stone. Please settle the Earth Essence crystals before leaving, Caillou said coolly. Wu Jiantong's figure froze, and he could only stop. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was not what their puny little Wu family could afford to provoke. It was just that due to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land being a rank 9 Holy Land, did the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company not send a Dao Profound Realm powerhouse to hold down the fort. A distinguished rank 1 Holy Land, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's Dao Profound Realm powerhouses were considerable. Helpless, Wu Jiantong toughened his scalp and settled the bill before bringing the 3 live stone and leaving. But this Wu family really had people who were knowledgeable about goods. When Wu Jiantong took the 3 live stone for the Wu family's family head to sea, he was immediately hurled with a torrent of abuse on the spot. Using 60 million Earth Essence crystals to buy such a gray product, and he actually had the nerve to take it out. Of course, this was the afterword. At present, Yi Yuan was currently in the hidden chamber. The Star Moon sword was lying quietly on the sword rack. Yi Yuan looked intently at it and was silent for a long time. No idea how long had Pa S said either. Then Yi Yuan suddenly heaved a sigh and went forward to lightly caress the sword body, saying to the Star Moon sword, "Old partner, long time no see. Can you still recognize me?" Chapter 792, Black Metal Lumps Transformation. Chapter 792, Black Metal Lumps Transformation. Seemingly sensing something, the Star Moon sword on the sword rack emitted a humming, quivering sound. The spirituality of a holy artifact was even stronger than a profound artifact. Even if Yi Yuan already changed his appearance presently, it still recognized that former owner. Yi Yuan smiled faintly, holding the Star Moon sword in his hand. Meeting again, waves of melancholy suffused in Yi Yuan's heart. Star Moon sword was together with him for 200 years. But compared to the limitless cauldron, the Star Moon sword was neglected too much by him. Seeing the Star Moon sword again, currently, Yi Yuan actually had an indescribable sense of familiarity. Scenes of the bygone days rolled around inside Yi Yuan's mind as if it was yesterday. "Old partner, let's strive together to return to the peak and roam the divine realm unobstructed." The dark cloud around Yi Yuan's body was swept away cleanly. What replaced it was a resolve to press forward with an indomitable will. The Star Moon sword emitted waves of light, humming sounds. Clearly, it was replying Yi Yuan's heroic declaration. Yi Yuan inspected the Star Moon sword for a bit and discovered that it was indeed damaged severely. He did not have many accomplishments in the path of artifact refining. Wanting to let the Star Moon sword return to its peak state, he still had to find an artifact refining grandmaster. But even if it was damaged so seriously, the Star Moon sword was also more than just a level higher than the Xianying sword. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's degree of familiarity with the Star Moon sword was completely not what other weapons could compare to. Falling Flower Floating Zero was created by Yi Yuan using the Star Moon sword. Returning to his residence, Yi Yuan chose to enter close seclusion right away. The residences were all provided for by the Holy Land. The security was strict. Yi Yuan was not worried that there would be people casting greedy eyes on his Star Moon sword either. His mind stirred, and Yi Yuan entered inside the vast heaven pag. Oh, duh! The black metal chunk suspended quietly in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's divine sense swept over towards the black metal chunk. The golden characters in his sea of consciousness indeed had a reaction. Previously, Yi Yuan just extended his divine sense casually and did not do it seriously. Experiencing it carefully at this very moment, he discovered that the golden character's strange activities were not as intense as he imagined. There seems to be a kind of resonance. But what on earth is this sort of resonance? Apart from this, the black metal lump doesn't seem to have any special aspect at all. Sensing for quite a while, Yi Yuan was rather dispirited too, because the function of this black metal lump did not seem to be as big as imagined. Could it be that spending these 10 million Earth essence crystals were really a blunder? Yi Yuan obviously would not be resigned to it. After such a long time, he finally had a chance to explore the profound mysteries of the golden characters. How could he be willing to let it slip by? Since there's no reaction, I'll refine you. I want to take a look at just what the H-E-L-L-U-R. But the refining process was not as easy as Yi Yuan imagined. This black metal lump was clearly not an ordinary item. Yi Yuan expended an entire day's time and only refined 1/10. At the rate of this speed, he could forget about refining finish before the compet. Tian started, but Yi Yuan did not lack patience. The second day, he refined another 1/10. The black metal lump still did not have any reaction. The third day, then the fourth day. When it reached the fifth day, the black metal lump finally had some transformation. This transformation made Yi Yuan wildly ecstatic. On the fifth day, Yi Yuan's rate of progress already refined close to half. On the black metal lump, it actually shed off a piece, a hint of gold color emerging. This hint of gold looked like some sort of character stroke. Yi Yuan cross-referenced this to the golden characters in his sea of consciousness for a bit, and discovered that there were quite a few characters that matched that hint of character stroke. Could it be that recorded on this black metal lump is precisely this sort of golden characters? I didn't notice before this, but looking at it now, this black metal lump seems rather like a cauldron's fragment piece. Is it possible that this is a deity realm powerhouse's medicinal cauldron's fragment piece? Yi Yuan guessed boldly. The sixth day, the quasi-holy sun selection compet. Time was finally starting. The qualifying system of the grand finals was very exaggerated, but it also significantly tested genuine strength. A total of 60 contenders organized from number 1 to number 60. Every day, they would carry out 3 rounds of showdown. The opponents for each confrontation would be different, all the way until you finish facing off with all the opponents, which was also to say that each person would undergo a match with the other 59 contestants. Finally, according to the number of victories, it would decide the rankings. These grand finals would last for 20 days' time. This kind of qualifying system did not permit any bit of choosing the easy way. The contestants must go all out for each match before they could obtain a better rank. When Pei Wenxiang saw Yi Yuan, the smile on his face was extremely odd. I heard that you made that Wu family's KY brat eat a huge loss. Haha, really satisfying. That punk had long rubbed me the wrong way. The moment I recall Wu Jianqing's horse face, I have unspeakable satisfaction in my heart. Wu Jiantong, that brat doesn't know that you have a gold token, and actually even dared to doubt you. Really killing me. Pei Wenxiang had seen before Yi Yuan's hold token. At that time, he was frightened badly too. This thing was completely not what Earth Essence crystals were able to measure. What was laughable was that Wu Jiantong actually even dared to doubt Yi Yuan's ability to pay. Served him right to eat a loss. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "Enough nonsense. Are our numbers issued yet?" Pei Wenxiang did not mind either, saying with a laugh, "Out already. You're number 7. Tang Fan is number 23. Mu Yun is number 51. This number was randomly pulled. There was no good or bad as well. Either way, no matter what, they would run into every opponent. Furthermore, the grand finals this time, every last one of them was not mediocre. Seems like whoever the opponent was did not matter. Number 7 seems pretty good. During which match will I run into that nail and chew? Yi Yuan asked. Helped you take a look long ago. You will only encounter him at the 42nd match. But don't lower your guard either. Before him, there are also quite a few formidable foes. You have to pay attention. Pei Wenxiang seemed to have long known Yi Yuan's thoughts and reminded him. Yi Yuan nodded his head and was not surprised about this. Rendezvousing with Tang Fan, Mu Yun, and the rest, this group of people gathered at the Crimson Afterglow Plaza. The Crimson Afterglow Plaza was situated at the central zone of the Holy Land. The total area occupied was extremely vast. The selection compet. 1. Tie-in to this time was the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's unprecedented grand event, and also the stage for the Holy Land's various major families' contest of strength. Therefore, the attention aroused was naturally very extensive too. First Elder, what significance does Holy Lord organizing this selection compet? 1. Tie-in this time have, in my view, Nailan Chu is most assuredly the number one. What need is there still for such a compet? 1. Tie-in? Doubt profound realm powerhouses can already peep into heaven's secrets on the sly. How can the Holy Lord's thoughts be what we're able to speculate? Nailan Chu is indeed the Holy Land's hard to come by in 1,000 years genius. But to say that he's definitely number one, I beg to differ. The compet. 1. Tie-in this time selected quite a few interesting little fellows. No way, right? Nailan Chu's strength is fully worthy of number one in the Holy Land. Even Wu Jiantong is a great deal worse than him. Among the other division compet. 1. Tie-in zones selected. There is actually someone who can have a showdown with him. You just see later on. The compet. 1. Tie-in had yet to begin, but the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's first elder brimmed with confidence toward the compet. 1. Tie-in this time. Chapter 793. 2 consecutive wins. Chapter 793. 2 consecutive wins. At the Holy Land camp's side, Wu Jiantong and another genius were currently whispering to each other. Wu Shi, you're facing Yi Yuan in your third match today. Deal a vicious blow for me, and punish this brat properly. Although the compet. 1. Tie-in forbids killing, crippling him and making him withdraw from the compet. 1. Tie-in of his own accord are not a problem. Wu Jiantong said coldly. This Wu, she was another contestant on the Holy Land side. Similarly 9th level boundless. He was the closest with Wu Jiantong. Speaking of this, IIT was coincidental too, a total of 3 rounds of compet. 1. Tie-in was held today, and Yi Yuan's opponent in the third round was this Wu Shi, so Wu Jiantong went to find him before the compet. 1. Tie-in even started. The 6 contestants taking part in the compet. 1. Tie-in on the Holy Land side were all 9th level boundless. Their strength swept away the other division compet. 1. Tie-in zones. Yi City's side. In contrast, the lineup looked rather pitiful. Yang Wenmiao, who had the highest cultivation realm, was also merely just 8th level boundless. As for Yi Yuan, he was just 8th level divine traversing. This kind of strength was completely too inferior to show in public in many people's view. Wu Shi's eyebrows jumped, and he laughed in spite of himself as he said, that divine traversing realm brat, Yu Pa S, said by that star moon soared by a narrow margin, all thanks to that brat, right? Hoo-hoo, this boy also doesn't have any eyesight to actually dare offend Brother Jiantong. Wu Jiantong's face turned black, and he said, stop talking about such useless stuff. Are you helping this favor or not? After the deed is done, I'll gift you a spirit enlightening pill. Wu Shi was stunned, then was immediately pleasantly surprised as he said, Brother Jiantong is putting in blood capital this time. All right then, since Brother Jiantong already said it like this, I'll naturally accept deferentially, then to decline courteously. Boundless realm breaking through to heaven enlightenment realm was likewise an extremely hard to cross threshold. This was a kind of qualitative leap from the middle three realms to the upper three realms. The upper three realms focused more on comprehension towards the Tao. It had exceedingly high requirements towards a martial artist's own talent. After reaching the upper three realms, each step that a martial artist advanced would also become even harder to stride forward. This spirit enlightening pill was precisely a miracle panacea to help martial artists break through the middle three realms bottleneck and reach the heaven enlightenment realm. This spirit enlightening pill's benefit was somewhat different from the other medicinal pills. Martial artists lacking in talent could break through the threshold of heaven enlightenment realm through consuming spirit enlightening pills many times to comprehend the heavenly Tao. But this spirit enlightening pill, even to the Holy Land's various major families, it was an extremely rare item too, and not obtainable at will. Even though it was only a Tier 6 medicinal pill, the degree of its scarcity was not much lower than the flying crane profound torrential pill, which Pei Wenxiang obtained previously. Therefore, in order to thorough cripple Yi Yuan this time, Wu Jiantong had indeed poured in blood capital. The combat 1. Tian commenced. The opponent for Yi Yuan's first match was an 8th level boundless hailing from the Maple Forest combat 1. Tian's own. Running into a divine traversing realm like Yi Yuan in the first match, that 8th level boundless was naturally thrilled in his heart. Looks like the combat 1. Tian this time. My luck is pretty good running into you, the sole divine traversing realm in the first match, giving me an auspicious start. After going up to the stage, that 8th level boundless said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan looked at his opponent with a smile that wasn't a smile, and then he said to the Star Moon sword in his embrace, "Old partner, let's go." A myriad rain sword blades was unleashed. The opponent's expression changed abruptly. Not just the opponent, the audience spectating beneath the stage were all struck dumb with amazement. That is a supreme true intent. Oh my G. Oh, D. That is a supreme true intent. This divine traversing realm actually comprehended a supreme true intent. No wonder a divine traversing realm can charge into the grand finals. Turns out that he comprehended a supreme true intent. Also, that sword in his hand, that is a holy artifact, as if it was born inherently for his sword intent. Under the cooperation of the two, the might of this move is more than a level stronger. Beneath the stage was full of exclamations. A divine traversing realm who comprehended a supreme true intent was sufficient to cause a sensation. The most pitiful one was Yi Yuan's opponent. He completely did not foresee the power of Yi Yuan's move. Caught unprepared, he was blasted down the arena directly by Yi Yuan's one sword. It was also that his cultivation realm was much higher than Yi Yuan's. Otherwise, this sword could absolutely beat him until he was full of holes. But wielding the Star Moon sword in his hand, it had indeed played a huge augmenting effect on Yi Yuan's supreme true intent. If it were using the Xianying sword to display this move, it absolutely would not cause such a threat to the other party. One move finished off the opponent neat and tidily. Yi Yuan wins. The judge announced the results immediately. On the high platform, First Elder's expression also became extremely fascinating. I truly didn't expect that apart from Nailan Chu, there is still someone able to comprehend a supreme true intent. Furthermore, it looks like the time he comprehended the supreme true intent is already not that short. This divine traversing realm boy, interesting. After Yi Yuan descended the stage, Pei Wenxiang looked at him with a bitter smile on his face as he grumbled, this punk, hid the truth from me so bitterly. I really didn't think that you actually already comprehended a supreme, true intent. No wonder you dared to utter that sort of big talk. Yang Sun was also endlessly surprised and bewildered at the sight. When Yi Yuan was at the Yi City Division Zone, he actually concealed his strength the entire time. And Pei Wenxiang knew Yi Yuan for such a long time and really had not seen Yi Yuan display a supreme true intent before. Yi Yuan's sword immediately aroused substantial attention. Before this, he might be the least favored among all of the contestants. But the power of this one sword let everyone see his might clearly. Right then, the voice of the judges sounded out on the platforms from time to time. Nailan Chu wins. Wu Jiantong wins. Wu Shi wins. Nailan Chu, these people's strengths belonged to the first tier. As long as the opponent's strength was not too powerful, finesse, H.I. plus ing off the opponent was also something effortless. But compared to Yi Yuan, their speed was still slightly slower by a bit. When they heard that the sole divine traversing realm contestant this time actually knew a supreme true intent, their expressions became fascinating one by one. Wu Shi suddenly discovered that this spirit enlightening pill did not seem to be too easy to get. His concept's comprehension was very high, but it was still a little off from comprehending a supreme true intent. And just this a little was a nigh insurmountable chasm. Among them, only Nailan Chu alone crossed over this chasm. Scared of what? Even if he comprehended a supreme true intent, he's also merely just a divine traversing realm. With your strength, you're absolutely able to defeat him. My promise from before still stands. Wu Jiantong said to Wu Shi in a low voice. After Wu Shi mused for a moment, he nodded his head and said, "Okay." The reason why he agreed to Wu Jiantong was that he was jealous. In order to comprehend a supreme true intent, Wu Su expended a huge price. But until now, he kept failing to comprehend as well. Forget about comprehending. His concept's comprehension was even a little worse compared to Wu Jiantong. But a measly little divine traversing realm martial artist, what right did he have to comprehend a supreme true intent? This punk, I must cripple him. Wu Su said secretly. After all the matches in the first round were done, they rested for 2 hours, then started the second round of matches. Yi Yuan's opponent, this time, was still an 8th level boundless. Without the least bit of suspense, Yi Yuan blasted his opponent down the platform neat and tidily once more with a myriad rain sword blades. 2 consecutive wins. Chapter 794. Unfair Treatment. Chapter 794. Unfair Treatment, consecutively instant-killing 2 8th level boundless realms. Yi Yuan's strength was already indisputable. Previously, those people who thought that Yi Yuan was trying his luck all shut their mouths up sensibly at this time. Just based on these 2 battles, Yi Yuan entered the ranks of the first group well-deservingly. After 2 matches, Yi Yuan's 3rd match was particularly in the limelight. Wu Shi was a well-worthy strong foe of the first group. Facing Yi Yuan, this dark horse, just who would win and who would lose became the 3rd round's focal battle. Wu Shi was a top 10 strong contender. If Yi Yuan beat Wu Shi, he would become this Taiyan's greatest dark horse and absolutely had the strength to charge into the top 10. If Yi Yuan was defeated, that his strength could only wander between the first group and second group. He would probably not draw much attention in the compet. 1. Taiyan afterward either. Brother Yi, after you obtain the Star Moon Sword, it's simply adding wings to a tiger. In my view, there's no problem at all with you defeating Wu Shi. Mu Yun said with vicissitudes of emotion. The first 2 rounds, Mu Yun won 1 and lost 1. The opening was also considered barely satisfactory. The Ox novel, com. To Mu Yun, this battle result was still considered pas sable. Facing a bunch of 7th and 8th level boundless realm experts, he A sixth level boundless could win one, and lose one was already very not easy. Rather, it was Tang Fan's prior two battle results that were not bad, likewise obtaining a battle result of 2 consecutive wins. His quicksword. Other people really could not adapt to it in a short time. Furthermore, under Yi Yuan's guidance, his quicksword improved by leaps and bounds. This also became one of his capital to keep a foothold. Yi Yuan, this third match, you got to be a little careful. This Wu Shi's relations. Hi plus P is the closest to Wu Jiantong. They might come up with some schemes, Pei Wenxiang warned. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, I won't offend people unless I'm offended. If I'm offended, I definitely won't let people off. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of offending people, but the moment he went up to the stage, he sensed that faintly discernible killing intent coming from Wu Shi there. I heard that you actually comprehended a supreme, true intent at your young age. You really broadened this Wu's horizons. Today, let this Wu have a taste of the prowess of a supreme, true intent. However, fists and kicks are mute. You have to be careful, Wu Shi said with a gleeful smile. Yi Yuan smiled and said, like this, huh? Then you have to be careful. My sword intent. I can't even control it myself at times. Wu Shi's face turned black when he heard that. This punk actually dared to threaten him. Is that so? Then I want to see just how formidable your sword intent is. Wu Shi's tone became cold, resting his hand on his sword and pouncing forward. He specifically researched Yi Yuan's previous 2 matches before and still had some understanding towards Yi Yuan's moves. The might of myriad rain sword blades was indeed very powerful. Therefore, Wu Shi did not plan to give Yi Yuan the chance to unleash this move. He planned to use his cultivation realm to forcefully exhaust Yi Yuan completely. Yet, the moment both parties came into contact, Wu Shi's heart plummeted. Yi Yuan's movement technique was extremely bizarre. He clearly only had a divine traversing realm strength, but his speed was actually even half a level faster than him. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's Star Moon sword was very sharp, just exchanging blows 2 to 3 times, and the profound artifact, longsword, in Wu Shi's hands actually had a feeling of being unable to withstand it. This was still under the support of his thick essence energy. If it were swapped to a strength similar to Yi Yuan's, the profound artifact, longsword in his hand, would likely be chopped in half already at this time. How could he know that even though the Star Moon sword was only a low-grade, holy artifact right now, the material quality of the Star Moon sword was a top-tier, holy artifact's material quality? Even if the inscribed array formations were already destroyed, Star Moon sword's sharpness was far from what a profound artifact could compare to. Be Oxnovel. COM. The audience beneath the stage was really unable to imagine that an 8th-level divine traversing martial artist was actually overpowering a 9th-level boundless genius and pummeling him. Originally, everyone thought that it was a battle well matched in strength. At this time, a one-sided situation actually emerged. Wu Shi's thick essence energy actually did not have the least bit of use in front of Yi Yuan. Every move and stance was overpowered by Yi Yuan. It was really a grieving clank, a clear and distinct sound. The long sword in Wu Shi's hand actually snapped into 2. Without a weapon in his hand, Wu Shi's declining momentum immediately became even more evident. Yi Yuan naturally would not let go of this chance, immediately displaying the 1,000 flowing petals. If talking about which move among Yi Yuan's sword moves acquired the falling flower floating zero sword's true essence most of all, it was undoubtedly this move, the 1,000 flowing petals, coupled with the Star Moon sword to execute it. The might of this move doubled. In such an arena battle, the 1,000 flowing petals made it all the more nowhere for people to run. The violent floating petals continuously eroded Wu Shi's defensive ring. Finally, the floating petals breached Wu Shi's protective essence energy, and the piercingly cold sword intent sliced him until he was covered with wounds all over his body. Yi Yuan wins. Wu Shi's strength was very formidable. This battle, Yi Yuan expended quite a bit of energy and time. After Wu Jiantong defeated his opponent, he had long come to this platform side, wanting to watch the appearance of Yi Yuan being crippled. But sadly, what he saw was the Wu Shi covered in wounds all over. Elder Qin, this battle is unfair. The weapon in Yi Yuan's hand is a holy artifact. Wu Shi is unable to unleash his proper strength at all. Him using a holy artifact against his opponents is not fair to everybody. Wu Jiantong suddenly said to that judge. This Elder Qin was a phaseless realm expert. The battle earlier, he naturally took it into his sights. Yi Yuan being able to obtain victory, a very large extent was taking advantage of his weapon. Wu Jiantong's words did not seem to be wrong, either. For a moment, Elder Qin actually became hesitant. Holy artifacts to those major family clans were not some rare items. But to these young geniuses, it was very hard to come by. Other than Yi Yuan, there was no one qualified to use holy artifacts to face their opponents in this combat. One, Tian et al., which was also to say that Yi Yuan was the special one among these people. But the problem was there was no relevant rule prior to this combat. One, Tian saying that contestants could not use holy artifacts. Right then, First Elder's stately voice suddenly came from above the high platform, the Holy Land organizing the Quasi-Holy Sun selection combat. One, Tian this time, the objective is for the sake of selecting young geniuses with potential. Using holy artifacts indeed infringes upon this original intention. It does make it unfair. Hence, from the next match onwards, Yi Yuan is not to employ the holy artifact against his opponents. The moment these words were uttered, Yi Yuan's expression could not help changing slightly. This sort of provisional rule, the targeting was too obvious. Actually, not just Yi Yuan. The faces of everyone spectating all revealed looks of sympathy. Actually, everyone all knew that even though holy artifacts were powerful, it needed the martial artist to unleash its power too. A divine traversing realm martial artist being able to utilize a holy artifact to this sort of extent in itself was extremely seldom seen. If it were another person, even if he were given the Star Moon Sword, he still would not be able to unleash 1/10 of Yi Yuan's ability. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm in itself was lower than all the contestants. Therefore, this rule actually made many people's hearts uncomfortable. But these words were personally said by the Holy Land's First Elder. Who would dare to refute? The First Elder's position in the Holy Land was extremely high. It could be said to be the #1 person under the Holy Lord. The grand meet this time. He was entirely in charge of it. Even though this sort of provisional rule was inappropriate, no one dared to say anything as well. Who asked the selection combat? One, Tian this time to be organized by them?